Lady Glimmer and the Children of Doubt. Written by C.R. Kelchner. Read by Melanie Crawley. To my grandmother, Crystal. 1. The Fort. In an old brick apartment building that was latticed with ivy, 2 children built a fort with sheets and a corner. They added a chair to make it stronger. The room was dark and the door was closed, but they needed extra shelter. A battle raged on the other side of the door, and they did not want to let it in. Their play fort was their safety. The 2 children were pretending to be spies on a secret mission, hiding from the bad men. "We must flee to the mountains," whispered the little girl, whose name was Celia. "Yes," answered 12-year-old Cory, "but we should put the note in your cast just in case they come looking for us." "Good idea." Cory folded the blank piece of paper and slid it into his little sister's cast. It was a brand new pink arm cast. Celia had broken her arm earlier that day. It was an uncomfortable trip to the hospital. The whole family went: Cory, Celia, Mom, and Dad. "How did you break your arm?" the nurse had questioned. Everyone except for Dad had looked at their shoes. "She was playing around and fell on the chair," Dad replied gruffly. "Oh, okay." The nurse didn't ask any more questions, but she knew. Their looks gave them away. Celia faced her big brother. "Is it going to be a long journey?" "What, to the mountains?" "Oh, yes, it will be treacherous for sure. But we will travel at night and hide in the trees during the day." Celia grinned. "Okay, we'll have to wear warm clothes too. It's going to be cold up there." "Yes, it will. There is a lot of snow on the mountains this winter." Cory was glad to see a little bit of happiness on his sister's face, especially today. There had been many bad days, but this one was the worst. Celia had broken her right arm. He didn't want to remember it, but Celia's loud screams still echoed in his mind. Screams of hurt. So much hurt. But if you removed the broken arm, the scream, and the trip to the ER, the day had been fairly normal. Mom and Dad always fought. It was part of the Trivano family routine. Cory and Celia went to school. They came home to find Mom on the couch or in bed, and then Dad came home and the noise started. Cory and Celia would do their best to get out of the way. They slipped out the front door or hid inside their bedroom like tonight. Their parents usually left them alone, unless they were in sight. The battle sounds from the living room increased. Celia shuddered and covered her left ear with her good arm. The sounds dimmed, and soft murmuring resumed. Cory sighed with relief. "Celia," he pulled his sister's hand away from her ear. "They're done now." "Oh, good," she exhaled and rubbed her cast. "I'm tired." "You should go to bed." "No, I want to stay here inside the fort where it's safe." She leaned on his shoulder as they huddled against the wall. "Can you tell me a story?" "You're 8. Aren't you too old for bedtime stories?" "Nope, no one's too old for bedtime stories." Cory drummed his lips with his forefinger. "Okay, I'll tell you about the weird old lady who moved in next door." "Is that why there were guys moving furniture up and down the stairs when we came back from school?" "Yes, of course it is." "Cool. We should meet her." "No, you don't want to meet her. I heard she's very weird. When I was taking out the trash, the landlord stopped me and told me about her." "Finally someone's taken the apartment next to yours," he said to me. "I've been trying to lease it for years." "Who moved in?" I asked. "Some strange old lady with a cane and a very old-fashioned dress. I almost told her this was the 21st century, not the 17th, but I didn't want to lose the sale." Celia tilted her head. What's that supposed to mean? It means she thinks she's living 400 years ago. She's crazy. The landlord said she paid in cash. What's wrong with that? No one pays in cash. People pay online or with checks these days. Don't you know anything? Celia shrugged while yawning. Maybe I am ready for bed now. They crawled out of the fort and into their twin beds. Cory struggled to fall asleep right away. He was scared. If this was what happened to Celia for simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time, what would happen to him when Dad found out? Cory had been doing something he knew his father would hate. He had kept the secret from him, but Cory had been doing it more and more in the past couple of months. Dad was bound to find out, and when he did, what would he do to Cory? 2. A normal day. Cory used to help his sister get dressed before school, but now that she was old enough to dress herself, Cory simply bossed her around. Come on, get out of the bathroom, it's time for breakfast. Celia, is your homework in your pack? You have to have your homework in your pack right now, or you'll forget after breakfast. Celia nodded her confirmation. They stepped into the small kitchen of their apartment. Holding her cast-covered arm in front of her, Celia scooted a chair over to the pantry, climbed onto it, and pulled down the cereal box, while Cory gathered the bowls, spoons, and juice. Don't forget the milk, he told her. I didn't. She heaved the gallon onto the table with her good arm. Okay, now sit down and eat. We have to leave in 15 minutes. They poured their own cereal, milk, and juice and started munching and sipping it all down. And then they heard the sound that usually occurred when they were almost done with breakfast. Their parents' bedroom door opened. Good morning, my babies. Mrs. Trivano greeted them while rubbing her forehead. She was a thin woman, a bit too thin, with veins in her arms that were a bit too apparent. She wore her fuzzy blue pants with penguins on them this morning, one of her 3 pyjama pants, and a plain button-down shirt with extra long sleeves. Good morning, Mummy. She slid her feet into the kitchen. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Nuked a mug of instant coffee and headed to the table. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. You set out my bowl for me, thank you, she praised Cory. You're welcome. Cory and Celia started putting on their shoes and coats until Mrs. Trivano had slurped half of her cereal, curled her feet onto the wooden chair, and said the all-too-familiar phrase, Cory, can you do something for Mommy? Maybe. What's up? Can you stop by the grocery store after school and pick up a few things for me? What do you need? Oh, I don't know. Something for dinner. We've run out of canned soup, and I was thinking maybe we could have something different tonight. Maybe pasta. Pasta and red sauce and some good cheese? How does that sound? They said it sounded pretty good. And then Cory asked, even though he knew the answer, Why don't you go to the store this time? Maybe while we're at school? Mrs. Trivano cast a disdainful look at the sky on the other side of the glass balcony doors. No, baby. I don't think I can go today. I'm tired. Mommy's not feeling good. Cory sighed. Okay, we'll get something from the store. Wonderful, thank you. It will be our little secret. Oh, I almost forgot. The money. She pulled out her wallet from her pyjama pocket, and Cory knew she had planned to ask him even before she got out of bed. Here, this should be enough. Now, give your mommy a big hug before you go. They did so, grabbed their packs, and headed down the stairs. They left Plod and Stoke Apartments where they lived and made their way up the sidewalk that faced the huge mountain range to the north of town. Being February, the peaks were well clad in white snow. Cory loved the mountain. He gazed at the 3 majestic summits towering above the valley, adorned in royal robes of gold and white. Cory wished he could stay in a warm cabin with a grand window way up on the mountain. He would do whatever people do who have time. Read, watch movies and play games, but only with a nice person. Maybe he would simply rest in a cozy couch by the window, wrap himself in a fur blanket, drink a hot beverage, and dwell in the state of being of freedom. Oh, how he wanted to be on that mountain, far, far away from the shackles of his daily life. As they approached the school building, they saw a mother embracing her child before she said, "Have a good day at school. Be safe." They hurried past. Cory walked his sister to her classroom and told her, "We have to leave right after the last period, okay?" "Okay. See, Cory." She waved to him. "See ya," he muttered back. By the time Cory snuck into his classroom, everyone else was sitting down. He was late again. The teacher, Miss Di Cosmo, shot him a reproachful look and proceeded with the lesson. "Why are you late?" the boy next to him whispered. "Don't ask stupid questions," Cory retorted. "Is your mother still sick?" Cory steeled himself. That's what he had told the boy over a week ago. He couldn't say she was still sick. He had to invent another excuse. "No, she's feeling fine. She just had to go to work." "I didn't know your mother worked. My dad's the only one who works in my family." "Well, some families are different. You'd better shut up or else we'll get in trouble." The boy stopped asking questions, and the school day went on. Once they got to the 4th out of their 5 class periods, Miss Di Cosmo handed out their English papers. Cory's had a red F on it. "Please see me at the end of 5th period," she requested. "Yes, ma'am." Cory squirmed in his chair and bounced his feet as he watched the clock snail its way to the end of class. At last the bell rang. All the other kids rushed out, and Cory went up to Miss Di Cosmo's desk. She stood tall. "Cory, this is the 2nd paper you have failed." "Okay." "Does that bother you?" "Yes, it does." She wasn't convinced. "As I warned you last time, I will have to tell your parents you failed another paper." Was that her threat? Cory wasn't worried. Dad would just pat him on the back and say, "Do better," and Mom would probably forget about it altogether. "Did you hear me?" she said firmly. "Yes, ma'am." Miss Di Cosmo had expected more of a reaction. "All right. As long as you know. I'll call them in a few minutes. You are dismissed, Cory." "Thank you. Have a good day, Miss Di Cosmo." She watched him curiously. "Have a good day." Celia was waiting for him in front of the school as several parents gathered to pick up the other children. "What took you so long?" "Don't worry about it. We have to get the food now." Clutching their packs tightly, Cory and Celia ran across the street and over to the neighborhood market a couple of blocks from the school. They panted as they hurried down the aisles. "You go get the cheese while I get the pasta and sauce," he told her. "Okay." She ran off. "She better pick the right cheese," he mumbled. "Hi, Cory. Hi, Celia," the droopy-cheeked lady at the counter said, raising the droop into a smile. "Hi, Miss Adona," they replied. They loved Miss Adona. She was always glad to see them. "What are you making today?" Cory gave her a guilty look. "Who said we were cooking?" Miss Adona took the cue. Sorry, no one. My mistake. She placed the items neatly into a bag, and Cory gave her the money. Mom just asked us to pick up some things for her, said Cory. She's cooking tonight. Of course. Miss Adona winked at Celia. I'm sure it will be delicious. You chose some good cheese. But what do you two think about a little afternoon snack? She held open the bag of cookies she always kept behind her register. Yes, please, they said eagerly, each plucking their own cookie. Thank you, Miss Adona. See ya. Miss Adona's cheeks drooped even further down as she watched them go. She was fully aware of Cory's lie. They huffed their way up the stairs and back into apartment number 410. Mummy, we're home, Celia called out. They glanced through the balcony doors and saw Mrs. Trivano sitting in her chair with a stub of white paper in her hands. Oh, okay, don't come out here. She leaned down and dropped the stub into the sand container, waited a moment, and came inside. What did you get? They showed her the pasta, the jar of red sauce, and the wedge of Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. Good choices. We'll be feasting tonight, babies. She gave them small hugs and then plopped down onto the couch. Cory. He prepared himself. Yes, Mom. Can you do something for Mommy? What is it? Can you cook for us tonight? Her large eyes pleaded. But I cooked the other day. Why can't you cook tonight? She sighed. Because Mommy's not feeling good. I'm very tired today. Life is a mean thing today. She patted the air as if life were a person she could reason with. If only it would calm down and let me breathe. I just need a chance to breathe. She placed all of her fingers onto her forehead and began kneading it. Can you do that for me? Mrs. Trivano pulled her hands down and leaned toward Cory. It will be our little secret. And your sister can help too, can't you, Celia? She reached out her hands, and Celia came up and clasped them. They both looked at Cory. But last time Dad said he would whoop me like a bad horse if I cooked again. Oh. Mrs. Trivano started kneading her forehead once more. He won't do that. Not if we keep it a secret. We'll tell him Celia cooked. You just have to help her a little bit. Obey your mother, Cory. Her tone became cross for a shaking moment, until Cory said, Okay, I will. Thank you. She gave him another small hug. Now, go and start it. Cory and Celia got out the pots and poured water into one of them. Cory brought over a chair for his sister. Stand on this and warm up the sauce. Okay, she said brightly. Cory placed the cheese and a grater onto the counter, which faced the living room. He saw his mother curl up with a blanket and pillow as she clicked on the TV, just as she had done many times before. He continued working on dinner. Celia had set 4 places at the table by the time Cory was draining the pasta. Quick, set the cheese and sit down, he told her. Yummy. Mrs. Trivano shuffled her way over to the table and took her place. And then they heard the evening sound. Thump, thump, thump. Their father's heavy feet were getting closer and closer to the door. It swung open, and a short but muscular man stood in the doorway. He had a thick neck and a broad stature. His eyes bulged as he glared at his family. It was the look Mr. Trivano always used when he entered a place, a look that said, I'm strong, you're weak, to everyone within view. This is new. For once, dinner's ready on time, It's not so new, Mrs. Trivano squeaked. It's been promptly ready multiple times before. He thumped over to his seat, casting the look at his wife, who shrank back. Cory and Celia ate their dinner as quietly as possible, while their father scarfed down hefty forkfuls of pasta. "It's good." He glanced at his wife suspiciously. "Did you make this?" Mrs. Trivano greatly resembled a cornered rabbit as she tucked her feet onto the chair and replied, "I didn't exactly. Celia did the cooking tonight." "What?" He chuckled with a half-eaten mouthful. "Her arm is in a cast. There's no way she did the cooking." "Yes, there is," Mrs. Trivano whispered feebly. Mr. Trivano stared at Cory for a long moment as he finished his last bite and forced it down with large gulps of water. He cleared his throat by way of a loud cough and then addressed Cory using his favourite term. "Boy, did you cook again?" Cory froze. What was he going to say? He let his eyes rise up and meet his father's, which were communicating nothing if not the "I'm strong, you're weak" message. What was Cory supposed to do when faced with that look? He stammered. "I may have helped her a little bit." Mrs. Trivano gasped and resumed kneading her forehead with all of her fingers. "Get up." Cory obeyed and stood shaking like an isolated leaf as his father began this evening's shouting. "Last time I told you not to cook. I said you should not be doing women's work in the kitchen. I warned you that I would punish you if you disobeyed me. Do you think you're a woman?" "No." "You're lying, you sick boy. Cooking is your mother's task, and soon it will be your sister's task. Do you think you're training to be a mother? No, absolutely not. You fool. Don't you see what's happening here? You're becoming a sissy man." Cory swallowed his saliva with difficulty as he tried to think what he had truthfully done wrong. He had cooked to help his mother. She had told him to. She had basically ordered it. How could he please both of them? Mr. Trivano released a long, furious growl, his sinewy neck tensing. "You boy. You must be punished for this, or you will never learn your lesson." He fumbled around for some weapon to use and found a lump in his right side pocket, the half-empty bottle of gin. Impulsively, he pulled it out and swung it across Cory's face. Cory reeled backwards and fell to the ground. And then the pain came. He put his hands over his face without touching it and wailed. It hurt more than anything he had felt in his life. His vision blurred. His senses only knew one thing right now: the pain. Celia whimpered for her big brother. Mrs. Trivano looked more like a terrified rabbit than ever as she bit her lip and watched. Mr. Trivano waited for Cory's screams to dim just a little before he finished making his point. "You see, boy, you need to become tough like a man. My father used to tell me a phrase I will never forget. If you're not tough, then you're not strong. And if you're not strong, then you're weak. And if you're weak, then you're certainly not a man. And if you're not a man," he chuckled, "you're nothing." Cory tried to silence himself by covering his mouth, but it didn't work completely. Once Mr. Trivano saw that his display of power had the desired effect, he thumped towards his bedroom and said, "Remember, only sissy boys cry." He slammed the door behind him. Cory felt dizzy as the pain throbbed in his head. Mrs. Trivano and Celia rushed over.
"Mummy, he's bleeding,"
Celia stuttered.
"You're right, he is. Oh, no, we need, like, a paper towel."
Celia raced to the kitchen and back with a roll of paper towels, avoiding the shards of glass on the floor.
"Oh, good. The blood hasn't got on the carpet yet."
Mrs. Trivano dabbed Cory's wound.
"It's a cut in his ear. That explains it. Someone told me once that ears bleed a lot."
But it was the cut on his temple which was actually bleeding the most. She suddenly stopped dabbing the wound and crawled over to the couch.
"Oh, no. Blood. I can't stand the sight of blood."
Celia glanced between her mother and Cory.
"What should I do?"
Mrs. Trivano shuddered at the sight of Cory, as if she had already forgotten his wound.
"Just help your brother, baby. Use the paper towels until he stops bleeding. It'll happen soon."
She tugged the blanket over herself, adjusted the pillow, and shut her eyes so she couldn't see life's problems anymore, even if she had to hear them. Fighting the dizziness, Cory sat up with excruciating difficulty and leaned against the other end of the couch.
"Get the Band-Aids. They're in the bathroom under the sink."
He took over the hold of the soaking paper towels on his temple.
"Okay."
In a few moments, Celia returned with the box of Band-Aids.
"Here."
Cory snatched it from her.
"Get a bowl. I need someone to put these paper towels."
Celia quickly returned with a bowl. She placed the dripping paper towels into it and used new ones.
"Careful not to get blood on the carpet, baby,"
Mrs. Trivano reminded, from her safe spot on the opposite end of the couch.
"How are you feeling, Cory?" "Better,"
he lied.
"Do you think you need to go to the ER?"
she offered.
"No, I'll be okay. It's just a slit on the top of my ear."
And a cut on his temple and throbbing pain on the whole left side of his face. But he omitted that part.
"Oh, good. Phew. I couldn't stand another trip there. Last night wore me out."
Mercifully, the bleeding stopped enough for Celia to apply antibiotics and a few Band-Aids. Mrs. Trivano peeked at her children every now and again. The master bedroom door opened. Mr. Trivano emerged, glared at his motionless family, and sat down for second helpings. And then they heard a peculiar sound, the clinking of metal and the jingling of keys at the front door.
"Who could that be?"
Mr. Trivano bellowed. He thumped over to the door and wrenched it open. An old lady leaning on a cane compared the 2 keys in her hand while muttering to herself,
"I tried this one, and I tried... Oh!"
She wobbled backwards at the sight of Mr. Trivano's venomous look and clutched her keys against her heart.
"My goodness, young sir, you gave me quite a scare."
"What are you doing trying to enter my apartment?"
"Your apartment?"
She looked to the right and saw Mrs. Trivano and the 2 children. Cory noticed a slight sparkle in her eyes. She realized her mistake.
"I'm so sorry. I just moved into the apartment next door. I must have neglected to look at the number. Please pardon me. I am very sorry for disturbing you."
"Have a good night." Mr. Trivano shut the door and snapped the chain into place. "Stupid old hag. Did you see her dress? What an ugly green." He resumed his pasta scarfing.
"Yes, it was,"
Mrs. Trivano agreed.
"So, that's our new neighbour,"
Celia whispered to her brother.
"She seemed really nice." "Yeah, she did."
Cory thought it was a bizarre incident. No one had ever accidentally tried to open their door. Maybe she was so old she forgot more than normal people. But for some reason, Cory wanted to meet her. The bleeding had stopped, but the throbbing pain continued. Cory and Celia waited for Mr. Trivano to get up from the table before they snuck into the safety of their bedroom. 3. A good day. The slit in Cory's ear had been healing surprisingly well over the past week, but his bruises and the black eye had become embarrassingly noticeable, enough to catch the attention of several teachers. Miss Di Cosmo even forgave him for his continued tardiness by narrowing her sharp eyes at his wound and leaving him alone. But she did not leave the subject alone. Miss Di Cosmo and one of Celia's teachers went to Principal Fischler and reported the injuries of the Trivano children, which resulted in a summons to his office. Fearing they were in dreadful trouble, Cory and Celia entered the imposing office with apprehensive expressions. Principal Fischler was a modernistic gentleman who cared about the latest hairstyles. He displayed his favourite one admirably, a nice upwards slant of gelled black locks. He could also pull off a well-trimmed goatee. He was known to be friendly, if a little blundering in conversations. But today his eyebrows sank as he greeted the Trivano children. "Good afternoon. Please, take a seat." Cory and Celia placed themselves on the contemporary sofa. "Are we in trouble?" Cory asked tensely. "No, not at all, not at all." The principal shooed away the idea with his hands. "I just wanted to talk with you two for a few minutes. Would you like some tea or hot chocolate?"
"I'll have some tea, thank you."
Celia accepted. "Nothing for me, thanks," said Cory flatly.
"Of course, no worries. I'll have tea then as well."
He set the electric kettle boiling and grinned at them.
"Nice cast, Celestina. I like the color."
"Thanks."
She rubbed it.
"Is your arm healing well?"
"Yes, I think so. It itches a lot, but it doesn't hurt too bad."
"Good, good."
He poured the water and dunked in the tea bags.
"What about you, Cory?"
"What about me?" Principal Fischler swirled his finger around his own left eye.
"That's quite the shiner you've got there."
"Thanks." Cory swallowed and looked down. "I got it by playing around in the house. I hit my eye against the table."
"Oh, ouch!"
The principal grimaced as he stretched out his arm to pass the ready tea to Celia.
"Is that how you cut your ear, too?"
Cory nodded.
"Not fun at all."
They watched the principal splash his tea bag in and out of his cup.
"I remember my first black eye. I got into a fight with my brother. He hit me right there."
He formed a fist near his eye.
"Boy, did that hurt."
Cory muttered, continuing to look down. Principal Fischler sampled his steaming beverage and stopped at once after burning his tongue.
"How did you break your arm again, Celestina?"
he asked in a high-pitched tone that sounded like burning. Celia glanced at Cory with a guilty look.
"We were playing around near the wooden sofa chair," Cory answered. "She broke it because she fell really hard on it."
Principal Fischler's eyebrows sank heavily as he exhaled onto his tea.
"I see."
He took another sip with better results.
"Sounds like rough playing."
"Yeah," said Cory. "But we've learnt our lesson."
"Good, good.
Your sister's quite a bit younger than you, isn't she?"
4 years.
"That's pretty young for roughhousing, and she's a girl, too."
He waited for the effect. Cory looked at the principal and said as clearly as he could,
"Yes, but they were both accidents.
We never wanted to get hurt. Of course not. No. He took another sip. Are you feeling better, Cory? Does it still hurt? Not really. It's just getting yellow now. Principal Fischler forced a laugh. Right you are. That's funny. Well, I'm glad your injuries are both healing at a decent pace. Please let me know if you ever want to talk about it. He grinned at them. My door is open to you. Thank you, they both said. Celia opened her mouth to say more, but Cory cut her off. We'd better go. We want to go back and see our mother and our father when he gets home. Certainly. He nodded his slanted hair toward them. Have a good afternoon. Bye. Principal Fischler sighed deeply after they left, shaking his head at himself. Why did you lie? Celia asked as they made their way home. Because we can't trust him, Cory snapped back. But he was really nice. Ha! Cory scoffed. He was nice, maybe, but he wasn't a real man. He didn't have big biceps at all. Not like Dad. And he drank tea. No real man drinks tea. They drink gin and other bottled stuff like Dad does. Celia frowned. But can't we tell someone about it? Cory halted and grabbed his sister by her shoulders. No! We can never tell anyone. He shook her a bit. Do you know what will happen if we did? She looked terrified. No! What? They will take us away from Mum and Dad, and we would never see them again. She blinked several times as her eyes grew moist. No, they wouldn't. Yes, they would. Dad's told me. That seemed to settle the matter. Cory released his grasp, and they hurried the rest of the way home. Mummy! Celia called automatically as they busted into the apartment per their daily routine. But instead of finding Mrs. Trivano on the deck or in her bedroom, she was sitting at the table with the old lady from next door. This was a strange occurrence because Mrs. Trivano rarely ever hosted. In fact, Cory couldn't remember the last time a guest had entered their apartment. Hi, babies! Mrs. Trivano greeted as they came up to her. She was wearing her fuzzy pink heart pyjama pants, which meant she felt her best. I have a guest over today. This is Mrs. Glimmer. Nice to meet you both, said the old lady. What are your names? Cory. Celia. Lovely names. She showed them the sort of crinkled lip pleasantry used by old ladies when they don't want to expose their old lady teeth. She had white hair made into a flattened bun atop her head, and she wore a medieval-looking green dress with stitched patterns of vines and leaves all around the collar, cuffs and skirt. Thanks. Cory and Celia tried to muffle their laughter as they glanced at each other, hoping she was too senile to notice. She was such a weird old lady. But her eyes twinkled back as if she was sharing the joke. She just came over to give us this. Mrs. Trivano clicked her nails on the jar of jelly in the middle of the table. And she offered to have you two over sometime soon. Wouldn't you like to spend an afternoon at her place? Yeah. Celia smiled at the idea. Cory scowled at Mrs. Glimmer, who was showing her crinkled lip pleasantry again. Maybe. We're very busy, though. I understand, Cory, she replied. Busyness can grow quite large. But the offer stands if you want to come by. She decided to stand as well, tugging her skirts out of the way and leaning on her brass-topped cane. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Mrs. Trivano. It's been a pleasure. Her eyes went to Cory and Celia. I hope to see you both later. Bye, Mrs. Trivano waved, and the old lady rustled out of the apartment, tapping her cane as she went. Mrs. Trivano snorted a laugh. Silly lady, being all neighbourly. Why was she here? Cory asked. It was the strangest thing, baby. She just knocked on my door and asked if we could get acquainted. And you let her in? Well, she brought jam. At that, Mrs. Trivano clutched the jar and shuffled her way into the kitchen, where she snatched a spoon, pried open the jelly, and scooped a generous helping. Mmm, she smacked her lips. It's good. Would you guys like some? Cory and Celia got their own spoonfuls and enjoyed the delectable treat. They had a nice moment. Mrs. Trivano even laughed and said, You know what, babies? I think I want to cook tonight. Celia grinned excitedly, while Cory asked, Really? Of course, really, baby. With a burst of determination, Mrs. Trivano approached the freezer and removed an ancient bag of frozen bread. And I won't even ask for your help. Sit down, play, whatever you want. Cory and Celia weren't quite sure what to do with themselves. Watch TV, Mrs. Trivano suggested. Thanks, Cory replied. We'll try it. He guided his sister into their bedroom and whispered, Go out there and watch TV. I'm going to get my homework done for once. Okay. She halted. Maybe we could go next door. He turned on her. What? No. But she was so nice. No. Watch TV. Cory sat down on the one chair in their bedroom and toiled through his math homework. Dinner's ready, Mrs. Trivano announced, which was an acutely unfamiliar statement. Cory re-entered the living room to find his sister looking like an 8-year-old version of their mother, swallowed up in the blanket and pillows on the couch. What did you make? He said, in the general direction of the disarrayed kitchen. PB&J. She set out a plate with 6 sandwiches. Cory felt a rush of affection for his mother when he saw the 4 sets of plates and water-filled glasses on the table. Wow, it looks good. Thanks, baby. Just as they took their spots, they heard the thump, thump, thump of Mr. Trivano's boots. He's almost here. Mrs. Trivano held her breath as the door swung open and burly Mr. Trivano scrutinized the scene. What's that mess in the kitchen? Mess? It's barely anything, Mrs. Trivano defended. Mr. Trivano's eyebrows rose. Did you cook? Of course. He swayed into the apartment and took his seat, eyeing his wife as if she would say, just kidding, at any moment. But she didn't. Where did you get this jam? This stupid old lady next door gave us a jar of it today. Mr. Trivano raised his head as if he sensed a threat. What? Mrs. Trivano explained the incident, and Cory and Celia reinforced her conclusion by saying, Yes, she's very weird. I don't want strangers loitering in my apartment, he thundered. She offered to watch the kids sometime, Mrs. Trivano added. Mr. Trivano chewed on this idea along with his sandwich and murmured, Huh, after a good bit. Cory and Celia cleaned up the kitchen while their mother went into her bedroom and their father spread out on the couch with a bottle. When the task was done, Cory dried his hands and found space on the other end of the couch. Dad, Cory began. Yeah, boy, he replied without looking. The principal asked about my black eye at school today. A dark shadow passed over Mr. Trivano's face as he took another swig from his bottle. And
And he asked Celia about her broken arm.
What did you tell them?
I said both had happened when we were playing around on the furniture at home.
With a rumbling chuckle, Mr. Trivano faced his son at last and narrowed his eyes in a poor imitation of a smile. Good. You did the right thing, son. He handed Cory the bottle. Here, have a chug. Cory tried to properly execute the third swig of his life, but he poured in more than he intended and broke into coughing. Mr. Trivano slapped him on the back. It's all right. You'll get used to it one day. Cory returned the bottle as he contentedly watched TV with his father. 4. A bad day. One day at the beginning of March, Cory and Celia started getting ready for school as usual, but this morning Mrs. Trivano did not emerge from her bedroom. Celia knocked on the door. "Mummy!" "Let her be," Cory snapped, glancing disappointedly at the closed door.
"No, I want to see her."
She turned the knob and snuck in.
"Celia, don't!"
"Mummy?" she whispered as Cory pursued her into the bleak and smoky bedroom.
"Baby?"
came the small voice. Cory and Celia went up to the side of the bed where Mrs. Trivano's head lay squashed between two pillows.
"Mummy's feeling very bad today. Very bad."
Worry creased Celia's face.
"Can we help?"
"Thank you, baby. But I don't need anything. Not anything at all. Just leave me be. Mom is going to stay in bed today." She inched the blanket even higher on her face so that only her dejected nose was visible.
"All right, we'll leave you alone."
Cory grabbed his sister's arm. "Come on." Celia was quieter than usual on the walk to school. They simply stared at the gorgeous snow-covered mountain peaks as they went. While passing a vineyard, they heard sweet, melodious singing.
"Oh, morning, oh dawn, come swiftly to us, for my loved ones are cold."
Cory stopped.
"Did you hear that? It sounded like the voice of a young woman."
Celia narrowed her eyes curiously, but she did not speak. Cory gazed down one path between the vineyard rows, and then moved to the next path and gazed down it.
"I don't see anyone."
Celia elbowed her brother.
"What's wrong?"
Cory turned around. About 10 rows away from them, old Mrs. Glimmer emerged from the vineyard. Steadying herself with her cane, she waved and then wobbled back toward Plod and Stoke Apartments.
"That's odd."
Cory pulled Celia's hand. "Come on, or we'll be late." After school, Cory and Celia started making their way into the grocery store until they realized they didn't have any money. A car honked as they crossed the street. Cory yelled at Celia for being careless, but she didn't reply, which bothered him. When they got home, they checked on Mrs. Trivano, who was sitting up in her bed watching TV. She wore her ugliest pajama pants, the grey ones that had lost all their fuzz but had gained several rips and tears.
"Hi, babies. You're going to have to take care of yourselves for dinner tonight."
This was not news in the least, but Mrs. Trivano said it in such a depleted tone they knew to leave right away. Cory and Celia hunted through the kitchen for something to eat. The refrigerator was bare, except for a little expired milk. The pantry shelves contained only a bottle of gin, a couple of packets of instant coffee, a box of cereal, and one last can of soup. They didn't want to use the last of the cereal because they needed it for breakfast the next day, so they decided to share the can of soup.
They nuked it in a couple of bowls and sat down on the couch to watch a little TV. Their bowls were soon empty.
"I'm still hungry,"
Cory groaned, trying to prompt his sister to say something. She merely slid her empty bowl onto the floor and curled up in a way that was far too much like their mother. And then came the evening sound, but it was accompanied by pockets of condescending chuckles. Thump, 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 thump.
"It's Dad, and he's been drinking."
Cory pulled his sister into their bedroom.
"Quick, shut the door."
They closed it just in time for Mr. Trivano to storm into the apartment. Cory did not consider his father an alcoholic. Alcoholics were people who got drunk almost every day. Mr. Trivano only got drunk every other weekend or so, when he visited bars with his work buddies. On those evenings, he brought home his intoxicated status, along with many harsh words. They could hear their father chuckle in the living room and then stumble into the master bedroom, where he hurled the first few insults at his wife. "I wish you had never had the girl. Why did you birth her? She ruined you. She ruined this whole family." On the other side of the wall, Cory and Celia trembled as they sat on their beds. Celia crawled under her sheets and closed her eyes, as if she was going to sleep.
"What are you doing?"
Cory whispered. She moved her lips, but he couldn't hear over their father's shouting. Cory moved his ear down toward her mouth and she breathed,
"I'm disappearing."
"What? Why?"
"Because I shouldn't have been born."
"No, that's just what Dad says after he drinks."
"He said it other times."
It was true. Cory tried another strategy. "Why don't we build a fort with the sheet again? We'll pretend it's a strong castle this time."
"No. Imagination can't get us out of this."
The comment caught him off guard. It was so dreadfully grown up for a girl her age. "She's a stupid idiot," Mr. Trivano continued. "She's worthless, completely worthless to us." Celia placed her arms at her side and became terribly still, as if she were lying in a coffin. Cory strained to think of something else. He had to get her out of bed. She had to move and get out of this despair. They needed to escape the apartment. And then he remembered the invitation from their new neighbour.
Celia, let's go visit the old lady next door. She was nice. You said you wanted to go there."
At last, Celia opened her eyes. She didn't smile, but she gave a sign of life, alleviating Cory's worry.
"Come on, let's go. Dad's still in the bedroom. If we sneak out now, maybe he won't see us."
They put on their coats, tiptoed through the living room, and slipped out the front door without making a sound. They felt safer just by being out in the cold hallway. Celia went right up to apartment 412 and tapped her knuckles. Cory started having second thoughts.
"Maybe she's not home. We could just stay out here."
But she was home. They heard movement, and the door opened, revealing the same white-haired lady in a medieval green dress they had met almost a week ago.
"Well, hello. This is a nice surprise. How are you both doing?"
The answer appeared on their faces.
"Please, come in. It's so cold out there."
When Cory entered the apartment with his sister, he felt the most delightful absence. The absence of messy piles in every corner. The absence of the droning TV. And best of all, the absence of the expectation that his father would strike him at any moment. The fear of physical harm did not exist in Mrs. Glimmer's apartment. The delightful absence of it brought Cory tremendous relief. Instead, The many lamps in the room cast beams of warmth onto Cory's skin, tingling and soothing so much that funny goosebumps appeared all over his arms and neck. Along with this sensation, wafts of baking bread and grilled meat rose to his nostrils.
"I'm so glad you came by,"
said Mrs. Glimmer as she turned away from the door. Cory and Celia gasped because her hair was now corn yellow and her wrinkles were fading. She smiled at their expressions, displaying her pretty set of slightly grey teeth.
"You're not old,"
said Cory.
"You're young, or at least younger than 50.
She laughed softly, like the jingle of a silver bell. What an accurate assessment, Cory. Celia blinked at Mrs. Glimmer, her lips quivering, and then fell forward to embrace her legs. She began sobbing loudly. Cory almost scolded her, but something told him not to. He had come here for her sake. She needed to cry.
"Oh, my dear."
Mrs. Glimmer held Celia's head against her stomach for a moment, until she knelt down and said, "You're safe now. You don't have to go anywhere or do anything in the world right now. Just be here. I made a late dinner, roasted chicken, fresh-baked rolls, and a bowl of fruit with honey. I can't possibly eat it all by myself. Would you like some?" Celia nodded with a sniffle and a sleeve wipe of her nose. "Wonderful! I'm so pleased." She looked at Cory. "Would you like some as well?" Cory was suspicious. They had only met her once, and she was already offering them dinner. Whether he realised it or not, Cory Trivano lived by the following maxim: protect you and yours and don't get too involved with anyone else. If they stayed too long, she would ask questions, and Celia might tell her something. He didn't want this strange woman to know anything about his family, and certainly not their problems. Mrs. Glimmer smiled patiently as she and Celia waited for his reply.
"I guess we can, for a little while."
"Marvellous." She stood up, smoothed her dress, and grabbed her cane. "I'll just set it out on the table." She tapped her way into the kitchen, leaning on the cane like a real old lady.
"I can help."
Celia rushed over, still sniffling. "Thank you very much." Mrs. Glimmer sounded so truly grateful, unlike their mother did when she said thank you. Her eyes met Cory's sceptical gaze. "I'm sorry. We need to get reacquainted. Your name is Cory, right?"
"Yes."
"I'm pleased to meet you." She tapped her way over and extended her hand. "My name is Mrs. Glimmer."
"I know. We met the other day."
"And I'm Celia." Mrs. Glimmer smiled at her. "Yes, I remember. Celia, what a beautiful name." Celia and Mrs. Glimmer set the modest kitchen table with 3 places: a silver platter holding the roasted chicken, a plate of the steamy hot rolls, and a bowl of brightly coloured fruit drizzled with glistening honey. When they had all sat down, Cory asked,
"Why are you eating so late?"
Mrs. Glimmer touched Celia's hand and said, "Thank you for helping me set the table," before answering Cory. "I was working earlier, and I just didn't get to it until later tonight."
"Were you expecting us?"
Mrs. Glimmer gave him a look that he couldn't read. It reminded him of the looks his mother gave him, only on rare occasions, when she watched him cook. "I was certainly hoping you two would drop in one evening this week." She started serving slices of chicken onto their plates. "Now, why don't you both tell me about your day at school?" They talked about their time in class, which was pretty straightforward. Cory mentioned the 5 class periods and lunch, but Celia said,
"All the other girls in my class have nicer coats than me."
"Why would you say that?" Cory defended.
We have good coats."
Before Mrs. Glimmer could reply, they heard it. They all heard it. A man shouted, a woman screamed, and the man continued shouting. Cory and Celia froze. She could hear, in her apartment. Mrs. Glimmer could hear their parents' horrible fights. Terrified, they looked at her, clenching the seats of their chairs and holding their breath. What would she do? What would she say? Mrs. Glimmer gave them clearly knowing glances, between sadness and reassurance, and held up the bowl.
"Would you like some fruit with honey?"
Cory exhaled, and Celia let out a laugh as the beginnings of trust set into their hearts.
"Yes, please."
5. The Special Hour. Cory was distracted as he sat in class. He watched a bird glide into the tree in front of the vast mountain range that was as grand and snow-capped as ever. The sky was clear today, and the sun flooded their town with light. He couldn't stop thinking about Mrs. Glimmer and their visit the previous night. After finishing dinner, they no longer heard the shouting through the walls, which meant it was safe to return. Cory told Celia it was time to go, and they slipped out of Mrs. Glimmer's apartment without saying anything but thank you, and tiptoed carefully through the Trivano living room and into their bedroom. Celia's bed was just as before, but Cory found their mother in his bed.
"You're going to have to sleep on the couch tonight, baby," she had whispered. "I can't sleep with your father tonight."
Cory did so only to get a choppy and apprehensive night's rest, which ended with Mr. Trivano mumbling as he prepared for work.
"Sissy boy, useless women."
Cory had kept himself untouched by pretending to be asleep. Even though his parents were just as before, something had changed between Cory and his sister. Mercifully, Celia had left her depression far behind her, since yesterday at least, and was cheerier than Cory had ever seen her. They had eaten a nasty breakfast, cereal and sour milk they had tried to remedy with sprinkles of baking soda, one of Mrs. Trivano's tricks. Celia was unperturbed. She cleaned up and got ready without needing Cory to order her around, which he did anyway. In contrast with Celia's mood, Cory was ill-tempered. He was waspish to her, complaining about everything. He even complained about the sunny day. "It's too bright." Cory had certainly enjoyed their visit to Mrs. Glimmer's, but he didn't like that. He had hoped it would be a simple distraction with a stupid but nice old lady. But it hadn't. Ever since Mrs. Glimmer had turned around in her apartment with her hair changed to corn yellow and her wrinkles nearly gone, Cory's sense of family secrecy had vanished. Mrs. Glimmer knew. She knew how horribly his parents fought. When she had peered into their apartment a couple of weeks ago, she had seen Cory's bloody face. She must have noticed the shattered glass on the floor as well. Mrs. Glimmer knew. This would have felt like a threat if anyone else had known. It would be very shameful for people to find out about his family and their problems. Everyone would look down on them, and life would never be the same. But Mrs. Glimmer was different. She was different from anyone Cory had met before. Cory couldn't figure out what to do with the situation. He did, however, know why he had been as sour as their morning milk. Somewhere during their time at Mrs. Glimmer's, Cory had thought, "If only my mum was like her." The wish had swooped into his heart like the bird into the tree, where it perched itself and decided to stay. Cory resented this. He hated wanting things he did not have because he usually did not get them. He was angry with himself for wishing such a thing. After school, Celia didn't barge into their apartment as usual. She went right over to Mrs. Glimmer's door and knocked.
"Why did you do that?"
Cory demanded furiously, grabbing her arm.
Stupid sister, come on.
Celia wormed free.
No, I'm going to visit Mrs. Glimmer. How dare you disobey? Cory seethed. We're going to...
The door opened.
Well, hello.
Mrs. Glimmer smiled brightly. Her hair was corn yellow and her face had no old lady wrinkles today.
I was just sitting down to my afternoon tea. Would you like to join me?
Celia darted inside, away from her brother.
Yes, please.
Cory shot her a scolding look, which he dropped once Mrs. Glimmer laughed like the jingle of silver bells.
Why don't you join us as well? She offered.
I just baked 24 of my grandmother's famous tree cookies. Cory was hungry indeed. They hadn't given him much for lunch at school. It was salad day.
All right,
he consented.
Wonderful.
They entered and sat down on the cosy sofa.
I'll just go get the cookies.
Leaning on her cane, Mrs. Glimmer went off to the kitchen. A tray was already on the coffee table with a green teapot, matching sugar and creamer containers, and 3 green teacups and saucers.
How did you know we were coming?
Cory asked, surprised and a little concerned. Mrs. Glimmer's eyes sparkled as she set the plate of cookies.
I had such a marvellous time yesterday. I hoped you would come back.
She sat down on the armchair in front of the couch. Cory didn't remember it from yesterday.
Who are you? He asked.
Her eyes flickered.
I am of flowers and leaves,
of wings and rivers. Utterly confused, Cory tried a different question.
Where are you from?
Far away.
That's not a name. No, I suppose not. But I will tell you. In my homeland, the winters are very cold and dark. My grandmother invented these cookies, flavoured with almonds and saffron, to celebrate the much-needed warmth that the trees of the forest give us during the long winter months.
Mrs. Glimmer took hold of the teapot, grasping it by the handle and lid, and filled the cups one at a time.
Would either of you like cream and sugar? I'll take it the way you have it, Celia answered. I don't drink stuff, said Cory. It's girly.
Mrs. Glimmer gave him another one of her unreadable looks.
Well, then, I'll mix yours the way I like it, and you can taste it if you want to. She poured the same amount of sugar and cream into the 3 cups. But I don't want to, said Cory.
Celia exclaimed, cradling her cup in her petite hands.
It's delicious. I've never tasted anything like it.
She sipped more. Mrs. Glimmer's laugh chimed through the room, not because anything was funny, but because she had a great deal of joy to express.
How was your day at school?
Celia told her about the large amount of homework she was given.
I have a lot of reading to get done.
An idea rose in Mrs. Glimmer's eyes.
You could read aloud to me if you like.
You can help me use my hour of tea time. Celia looked like she wanted to, but she was nervous.
I've only read aloud when the teachers call on me in class.
That's all right, Mrs. Glimmer smiled. Consider me a teacher at home.
Okay.
Celia reached into her school bag and plucked out a book.
Can I start now?
Absolutely. Please do. Mrs. Glimmer leaned back in her armchair and took a sip of tea as the little girl began to read. Celia apologized constantly for her frequent mispronunciations. Each time, Mrs. Glimmer responded, "Don't worry about it at all. No need to apologize," or, "You said that one perfectly, dear." Cory didn't like how much his sister was taking on to Mrs. Glimmer. He distracted himself by scrutinizing the cookies. Some were shaped like leaves of maple, oak, and elm. Others were shaped like winter branches, with slivers of almonds layered on the tops, resembling bark. Cory snatched up one of the branch cookies and started munching it down, smacking his lips intentionally. A refined taste released in his mouth, first of crunchy almonds and then sweet butter accented by a delicate floral infusion. Cory almost smiled. Mrs. Glimmer sent an amused glance his way. He felt in need of a beverage and reluctantly drank some tea. It washed the cookie down, but the warm flavour of the tea lingered in his mouth, tantalising his tongue with mystery and delight. Cory remembered the one vacation he had ever been on. His parents were nestled together on the beach in the morning sun, laughing and kissing each other. They were happy, and everything was good. 3-year-old Cory explored nearby. He climbed a small hill and discovered a bush of wild strawberries. He popped them into his mouth, one after the other, loving the taste and smudging berry juice all over his cheeks. His mother had gently wiped his mouth, and his father had grinned proudly. Cory glared at Mrs. Glimmer as he tried to fight back tears. How had she done that? Her eyes sparkled back at him as if she was reading his thoughts. Her tea had produced the intended effect, and she was glad of it. Did she know what he had remembered? No, there was no way. Or was there? Celia, look. Mrs. Glimmer nudged her. Your brother tried the tea after all. What did you think, Cory? Cory tried to imitate the glare his father always used because he didn't want to get caught with teary eyes. It was gross, he lied. Cory, Celia began in a strangely confident manner. Don't be rude. We're guests here. Cory's cheeks turned red because his baby sister had scolded him. I'm your older brother. Don't tell me what to do. Mrs. Glimmer maintained her amused expression. Do you always have your tea time for a whole hour? Cory asked, in the rudest tone he could manage. Mrs. Glimmer took the chance to explain. Yes, I do. Every day around 4 in the afternoon. My family was always very busy. Often tea time was the only part of the day when we could sit down and talk with each other. I treasure it. She took another sip as her eyes glanced between them. Please continue reading, Celia. I like this story. Celia proceeded as Cory got off the sofa and went to look at the painting on the other side of the room. He had been to art museums for school trips, but this did not look like any painting he had seen before. It depicted a castle on the side of a hill. The paint was not too bright, but somehow it seemed ageless and almost alive. Excuse me, Mrs. Glimmer, Cory interrupted. Where is this? Intrigued, Celia put down her book and joined her brother by the painting. But Mrs. Glimmer stayed put. That's the castle from my town, she said. What town? She didn't answer. Why won't you tell us where you're from? Cory demanded. Cory, stop being so nasty, Celia retorted as she went back to the sofa and reopened her book. Celia, we should go. Nope, I'm staying. Defied for the last time that day, Cory gave up. Well, I'm going home. As he stomped out of the room, Mrs. Glimmer followed him with eyes that wished he would stay. Back in apartment 410, Cory found his mother curled up on the couch in front of the noisy TV. But she wasn't watching it. She was texting. Hi, Mummy. Hi, baby, she said without looking up. She was smiling at her phone. Cory thought this was peculiar. His mom had never texted before. Once Cory entered his bedroom to start on homework, Mrs. Trivano appeared in the doorway wearing her fuzzy pink heart pyjama pants. Cory,
can you do something for Mommy?
What's that?
Can you go buy some canned soup for dinner?
Cory gave in and went to the store without his sister. No, he did not like these changes. 6. Help for Cory. One Saturday morning before Mrs. Trivano got out of bed, Cory made his sister go to the library with him. Upon Cory's request, the librarian led them to the section containing picture books of castles.
Why are we here?
Celia asked. Cory started pulling out large books and scanning through them.
I'm looking for the castle in Mrs. Glimmer's painting.
Celia crossed her arms.
Why don't you like her?
I never said I don't like her. I just don't trust her. And I want to figure out where she's from. Don't you think it's strange that she won't tell us? Celia shrugged.
Maybe a little bit.
I think it's very strange. Everyone says where they're from. It's the second question you ask when you meet someone. What's your name? And then, where are you from? She must be hiding something. Now, sit down and help me look. Celia helped her brother search through the many books. They stopped at a picture every now and then, but always decided it didn't quite match Mrs. Glimmer's painting. They hunted for books on castles in Italy, castles in France, castles in Germany, Britain, Eastern Europe, and Northern Europe. They even flipped through a book titled The Complete Compilation of International Strongholds and Palaces. No matter where they looked, they could not find it. They returned to the apartment around 10 in the morning and saw their mother dressed in black pants and a coat.
Where are you going?
Cory asked, greatly surprised.
Oh, I'm just going out. Come over to the couch, babies.
She sat down for a moment to talk with them.
Your father has to work today, so he cannot watch you. And I'm going to be out for the rest of the day, too. Cory, can you watch your sister while I'm gone?
Cory didn't know why his mother asked this question. He watched his sister every day, all the time. He couldn't remember the last time his mother had looked after her. She asked as if it were a new occurrence. Of course I can.
Thank you so much, Cory,
her eyes pleaded.
Also, can you two make dinner for me? I won't have time today, and your father expects it to be ready before he gets home.
As if they didn't know.
Can you do that for Mommy?
She made her most needy expression.
We can do it.
Celia nodded.
Thank you, baby.
She stood, without waiting for Cory's answer.
I have to go now. Call me if anything comes up. I wrote my new number down somewhere in the kitchen. Bye.
After she left, Celia hunted for the paper with her mother's number on it. The kitchen was a mess. The cereal box was knocked down and cornflakes were strewn all over the counter. The milk was left out, along with a used bowl and the shreds of an instant coffee packet.
I can't find it,
she said. Cory didn't move from the couch. She didn't write down any number. She's hiding something from Dad. She only said it to make us feel better. He closed his eyes and exhaled. He imagined his father returning home and shouting at them. Where did your mother go? Where is she? He would probably hit them as he tried to get the answer. Whatever they made for dinner, Mr. Trivano would know that Cory had cooked, and he would be very upset with him. Cory couldn't stand the thought of being beaten again. His black eye had finally healed, and Celia's arm was healing too. She would get her cast off in a month. Cory didn't want to hear his father call him a sissy boy. He didn't want to hear him shout at Celia and blame her for making his wife this way.
What should we do?
Celia questioned. Cory thought of a plan.
We need to make dinner ahead of time. We'll just leave it on the stove and then we'll go somewhere else.
We can't be here tonight.
We can go to Mrs. Glimmer's. No, he interrupted scornfully. We can't trust her. We have to go somewhere else. Now get ready. We have to buy the food and finish making dinner before Dad gets home.
Celia obeyed quietly. They locked up, left the apartment building, and started on their way to the grocery store. The clouds grew larger and greyer as Cory and Celia hurried to the store, scrambling over crosswalks and down busy streets.
What should we make?
Celia panted, trying to keep up.
I don't know,
Cory replied irritably. As they turned a corner, they saw an old lady in a green dress limping into a cafe.
There's Mrs. Glimmer!
Celia raced ahead and dodged into the cafe.
Celia!
Cory ran after her, but he stopped once a couple scowled at him for disturbing their lunch.
Pardon me.
He slid past other tall adults and into the cafe. He spotted Celia getting a hug from Mrs. Glimmer.
What a pleasant surprise. I'm so glad to see you, she rejoiced, grinning like an old lady.
Celia looked much happier, but Cory swooped upon her and grabbed her arm.
What are you doing? We have to go.
He released his grip at the sight of Mrs. Glimmer's face. It was ever so slightly reproachful, which was worse than a scolding from Miss DiCosmo.
It's good to see you, Cory. Can I give you a hug?
I guess, he consented. As she gave him the hug, Cory noticed her perfume. It reminded him of the warm sensation of vanilla cookies fresh out of the oven. When she let go, a rush of confidence swept over Cory. His chest felt wider and his head taller. It was as if he had been lifted up onto a stage before a thrilled audience. Cory was like one of those celebrity people, and Mrs. Glimmer was his adoring public.
I was just about to sit down for lunch, she said. Would the two of you care to join me? My treat. Yes, please. Cory, let's eat with her, Celia implored. We haven't had lunch yet.
The food looked so delicious in the cafe. It was true they hadn't eaten lunch, and Cory was very hungry. Maybe a short meal would make the day a little better.
Okay. Marvellous, Mrs. Glimmer rejoiced. Your company makes all the difference to me. Let's try that table, over there by the window.
They took their seats right beside the glass, which kept the blustery day safely on the other side. Mrs. Glimmer ordered water for them, while they perused the menu and chose their own pizzas. It was quite a new experience for Cory and Celia. Their parents had never taken Celia to a cafe, and Cory was too young to enjoy it when he had gone. Once the food came and they had a few bites, Celia started talking.
We have to make dinner tonight, she said. Mum's out for the day and Dad will get angry if no one's made any food for him.
Normally, Cory would have rebuked her for this lapse of secrecy, but today he didn't. Mrs. Glimmer seemed like the type of person who wouldn't tell anyone. She already knew his parents had brutal arguments. She already knew they had problems. Mrs. Glimmer nodded comprehendingly, but the delight of a new idea was overtaking it.
Do you think your father would mind if I helped you make dinner?
Cory and Celia didn't respond for a moment. No one had offered to do that before.
No, said Cory. I don't think he would mind at all. Wonderful, she smiled enthusiastically. I have the perfect pasta casserole in mind. Once you've eaten all that you wish of your pizzas, we'll get to it.
Cory and Celia gobbled up every single crumb of their delicious pizzas. When they were done, they went off with Mrs. Glimmer to the grocery store. They followed her rustling skirt and tapping cane down the aisles, where Mrs. Glimmer selected the right pasta, vegetables, and meat for their anticipated meal.
I think we have everything,
She guided the children to the register. It was strange to be accompanied by an adult at the grocery store, especially one in a medieval-style dress. Droopy-cheeked Miss Adona looked quite befuddled at the sight of the green dress, but she seemed to accept it once she noticed Mrs. Glimmer's white hair and wrinkled face. "Hi, Miss Adona," the children said.
Hi, Cory and Celia.
She raised a grin for them.
I see you've made a friend.
"She's our new neighbour," Celia answered proudly. They headed back down the windy streets and entered Plod and Stoke apartments just as it started to rain.
We made it,
said Mrs. Glimmer. She flung her hair from side to side and looked much younger afterwards. Cory leaned on the kitchen counter in Mrs. Glimmer's apartment as their hostess and Celia started rolling up their sleeves and pulling out the supplies.
Would you like to help us, Cory?
Mrs. Glimmer invited.
No, thanks. I'd rather watch. Dad doesn't like it when Cory cooks,
Celia muttered. Mrs. Glimmer tilted her head toward him.
Why not? What does he say?
Cory shrugged.
Dad says a lot of things.
He calls him a sissy boy,
Celia blurted out. Cory glowered at her. For the first time, Mrs. Glimmer didn't look happy. That's not right. You know, Cory, my son likes to cook. Cory raised his head.
You have a son?
Yes, I do. He's becoming a strong and kind man, just like his father. And I'm very proud of him. Kind? Cory scoffed. That's a girly word. Mrs. Glimmer lifted a faint eyebrow. Girly? You think kindness has a gender?
Well, yeah. Women can be nice, but guys need to be tough.
He tried to make an expression suited to the concept. Mrs. Glimmer didn't contradict him, but Cory suspected that she disagreed. He watched them fill the casserole dish, put it into the oven, and then clean up afterwards. They only had a few minutes to sit down on the comfy sofa, where Cory observed the painting again.
We tried to figure out where your castle is, he said.
Did you? Mrs. Glimmer slowly turned to face him. And what did you find?
We found many different pictures of castles, but not that one.
Her eyes sparkled knowingly as her jingling laugh ricocheted through the living room.
What time is it?
Celia asked. Cory sat up.
Oh no, it's after 5. Dad will be home soon. Quick, we have to take dinner over before he gets there.
The three of them hurried into the kitchen, removed the casserole, which only had a couple of minutes left, and carried it out to the hallway.
We've got it from here. Thanks,
said Cory.
Dad doesn't like other people to enter the apartment.
I understand. Mrs. Glimmer headed back to her apartment. Let me know how it goes. Celia held the casserole as they opened the door and crept inside. Mr. Trivano glared at them from the couch. What are you doing? Cory and Celia froze in the doorway.
We were just over at Mrs. Glimmer's, he said.
Mrs. what?
He sneered and stood up.
You mean the old hag?
Cory swallowed apprehensively as his father approached.
Yeah, she and Celia cooked this for us.
Mr. Trivano cast a disdainful look at the casserole dish, and then at Celia.
Put it in the kitchen.
He shot his glare back at Cory.
Are you lying to me?
No.
He shook his head.
You are, aren't you? I can tell.
Mr. Trivano rolled his eyes.
Do you think I'm joking when I tell you not to do something, boy?
No.
You're right about that, at least.
Mr. Trivano seized Cory by his shoulders, pressing his thumbs deeply into the skin, and raised his voice.
When you disobey, you deserve to be punished.
I didn't! Cory tried to say, but he could only whisper. A knock sounded on the door.
Who's that?
Mr. Trivano shoved Cory aside and swung open the door. Mrs. Glimmer stood there, holding her cane in one hand and a folded coat in the other.
Good evening, Mr. Trivano. I'm sorry to bother you. Cory left his coat in my apartment while he was waiting for Celia and me to finish cooking.
He snatched it from her.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
She waved to the children.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Trivano slammed the door after her and examined the coat.
It is yours.
He tossed it at Cory and stomped back to the couch.
If this is some conspiracy against me, then you're really going to hear it.
Cory and Celia quietly filled a couple of plastic bowls with the hot casserole and retreated to their bedroom for dinner. Celia released a shivering breath.
Phew, that was close.
Yeah, it was.
Cory thought about everything Mrs. Glimmer had done for them that day, allowing it to sink in. She had saved him. She bought them lunch when they hadn't eaten. She bought them food to make dinner. She cooked when Cory asked not to. And she knocked on the door just before his father started beating him. She confirmed his truthful story. She had saved him.
We should visit her again, Cory told his sister. I need to thank her.
7. Light for Celia. The following morning, Cory and Celia waited for Mr. Trivano to leave the apartment before they emerged from their bedroom and started on breakfast. Mrs. Trivano, wearing her pink heart pyjama pants, joined them in the kitchen.
Morning, babies. Good morning, Mummy.
She nuked her cup of instant coffee and shuffled over to the couch. Celia went off to the bathroom, leaving Mrs. Trivano and Cory alone.
So, how did it go? He asked.
His mother grinned secretively.
It was marvelous, baby. I went to the next town over and walked around the park.
Who did you go with?
Who?
The look of a frightened rabbit passed over her face.
I didn't say I went with anyone.
Oh, okay.
But it was a good day, baby. I had so much fun, she snickered. What about you two? We hung out with Mrs. Glimmer for most of the day. The old lady? That's good.
She glanced at the bathroom door.
Celia likes her a lot, doesn't she?
Yes, but she won't replace you.
What a funny thing to say.
Mrs. Trivano took a thoughtful sip of coffee.
I will admit, I never really connected with Celia after she was born. I got along with baby you a lot better than I ever did with baby her. You were so nice to feed her the formula when she needed it. You even changed her diapers for me.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
She took another sip.
I don't know why, but I liked her better when she was in my womb. After she came out, I never seemed to, get along with her. Maybe your father's right. Maybe she shouldn't have been born.
They heard a bedroom door close. Mrs. Trivano craned her neck and then looked back at Cory.
You don't think she heard me, do you?
He shrugged.
No, she didn't hear me,
Mrs. Trivano decided, but she cringed and squirmed around on the couch as if she couldn't quite find the right position.
Cory, why don't you take your sister over to the old lady's place? You can hang out there all day if you want. I'm sure she won't mind.
Cory consented and went into his bedroom to find his sister. Celia? She stood at the window. deathly still as her eyes pointed toward the clouds without seeing them. "Celia?" Cory walked up beside her, but she didn't acknowledge him. "Let's go over to Mrs. Glimmer's and do our homework." She didn't move. Cory gathered both of their things and guided his sister out of the room as if she were a blind girl. "Have fun, babies," Mrs. Trivano waved as they left, and then cringed once the door closed. She clicked on the TV. "Mrs. Glimmer!" Cory pounded on the door frantically. Celia wasn't coming out of her daze. "Mrs. Glimmer!" The doorknob turned, and Mrs. Glimmer stood there, wearing the same medieval green dress, but with her corn-yellow hair let down all the way to her waist. "Good morning," she smiled. "Please, come in." Celia stared at the floor and trudged inside after Cory. "Celia? Are you all right?" Mrs. Glimmer glanced at Cory, who allowed his concern to show, and then got down on her knees with her hand on Celia's shoulder. "What's wrong? You can tell me." Celia faltered, while Mrs. Glimmer just smiled with a creased forehead. "My parents don't want me. They wish I'd never been born." Mrs. Glimmer closed her eyes as if she had expected these exact words but hoped they weren't true, and then let her glistening eyes shine again. "I am so very, very glad you were born, Celia." Celia couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into loud weeping over many years and many harsh words. She wrapped her arms around Mrs. Glimmer, who carried her over to the comfy sofa and held her like a baby. She rocked her back and forth with much cherishing, the way she should have been rocked as an infant, as a toddler, and as a child. All the while, Mrs. Glimmer spoke soothing words. "You have so much purpose, Celia, my darling, so much purpose. You are a treasure to me, and I can't imagine this world without you. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see how you'll grow." "Shh, Celia. I love you. I am so very glad you were born." Cory stood and watched. He didn't say anything. He just blinked his eyes and thought it was wonderful but strange. He had been rocked by his mother when he was little, but he never thought Celia would miss it so much. Cory had filled the roles of brother, father, and mother for so long, he had trouble relinquishing some of those responsibilities when Mrs. Glimmer first arrived. But now he was relieved and very grateful. "Would you mind if I sang for you?" Mrs. Glimmer asked Celia in the sweetest voice Cory had ever heard. Celia shook her head. "Thank you, my darling. My mother used to sing this song to me just before bed during long winter nights." Mrs. Glimmer cleared her throat and began. "Winter is cold, nightfall is dark, don't listen to fear or doubt. Tarry not in despair. Midnight tells many lies, don't listen to its woven words. Midnight would steal your heart. Hold strong to the truth. O morning, O dawn, come swiftly to us, for my loved ones are cold, they need your warm light. A winding path, bring rivers near us, for my loved ones are thirsty They need your clear drink. She stopped singing. Cory and Celia were completely attentive.
There are other verses, said Mrs. Glimmer, but I felt these were particularly relevant for today. Don't listen to fear or doubt. Tarry not in despair. She glanced at Cory. For doubt can poison joy. How can we love people when we are filled with doubt about their character? True love requires a special kind of trust that seeks out the best in people, rather than the worst. From that moment on, Celia Trivano was unwaveringly loyal to Lady Glimmer, no matter what happened. Celia had finished crying. Mrs. Glimmer lifted her to her own spot on the sofa. You must spend the entire day with me if you can, every moment you can spare, both of you. Her eyes sparkled toward Cory. You are always welcome in my apartment. Cory and Celia had no desire to leave Mrs. Glimmer's apartment. They remained there for the rest of the day. Mrs. Glimmer made them sandwiches for lunch with the help of Celia. Afterwards, they did homework, asking Mrs. Glimmer questions about it every now and then, which she answered graciously. During tea time, they talked about the other kids at school and what they were like, prompting Mrs. Glimmer to jingle her soothing laugh. When it was about time for dinner, Mrs. Glimmer said she wanted to make lasagna, but she didn't know how. Celia mentioned that Cory had made lasagna before, so Mrs. Glimmer requested his help with a smile that was hard to deny. Cory reluctantly agreed. The three of them cooked in the small kitchen, slicing garlic and popping open cans. While Mrs. Glimmer unwrapped a package of ricotta, it spilled onto her dress. Cory and Celia wondered if she would get upset, as either of their parents certainly would have done. But Mrs. Glimmer just looked at them and released the loudest, clearest laugh they had ever heard, a pure tone like the note of an opera singer. She had a grand old time laughing away, so much that it was slightly embarrassing. But Cory and Celia didn't mind. It was very much better than getting upset. In the evening, while Cory and Celia did their homework beneath the lamplight, Mrs. Glimmer picked up the crocheted blanket she was working on. When I came here, I needed a hobby, so I learned to crochet. I brought this yarn from my hometown. Where is your hometown? Said Cory. Mrs. Glimmer cast an amused look toward him. Far away. Why won't you say the name? Because I'm here now, she said. It's nice to be fully here. Mrs. Glimmer had avoided the question once again, so Cory gave up trying to get the answer from her, for the evening at least. Did you make this? Celia pointed at a small tapestry of an awkwardly shaped horse with wings. Mrs. Glimmer smiled. No, my son made it when he was 10 years old. Your son? Cory raised his eyebrows. But sewing is the girliest thing of all. Are you sure he knows he's a boy? Mrs. Glimmer responded with a sigh of patience. My son is a very good young man and often creative, like his father. Creativity does not have a gender, Cory. In fact, being creative, like we were tonight cooking dinner, is one of the most soul-nourishing activities. Cory put down his textbook and walked over to the tapestry. Why does the horse have wings? Mrs. Glimmer made an unreadable expression. My son wanted a jolly subject for his art. He and I both share an interest in horses. She lifted the golden chain around her neck and showed them the tiny winged horse ornament hanging from it. Cory thought he must not have noticed it until now because it was so small. That's very pretty, Celia remarked.
Cory looked above the sofa and saw a painting of a boy in a nice blue outfit sitting on a beach. He was smiling and holding 2 shells. "Who's that?" "That's my son." Mrs. Glimmer glanced up nostalgically as she continued crocheting. "My husband painted it. We had a favourite spot by the sea where we would vacation together. Some of our best memories were made there, including this one." She put down her handiwork and gazed at the painting. "On that day, we arrived at the coast and decided to go for a walk. My son found several shells and sat right down to play with them. He got his uniform absolutely thick with sand, but he didn't mind at all. This was the best part to her. My husband decided to gather his painting supplies and capture the scene right there. He finished just before it started to rain." Cory tilted his head at the painting. The boy looked so happy. Cory had never been that happy. His parents never told stories of their good times together, unless this morning counted with his mother. Cory wondered what it must be like to have parents who celebrate your silly play day in the sand. The desire fluttered in his heart again. He wished Mrs. Glimmer was his mother. He wished he had beautiful memories to look back on with her rejoicing in his every move, like this boy in the painting. Cory wondered if the boy had ever been scolded for pulling out a pan in the kitchen, or struck for being in the living room at the wrong time. The smile of the boy belonged to someone who knew only love from his parents. Cory knew only fear and problems. "I suppose you won't tell us your son's name either," said Cory, a little resentfully. "No, I can tell you his name." Cory turned around to hear it. "The name of a person is very special. Treasure your name. It has more power than we realize." She paused for a moment as Cory and Celia gave her their undivided attention. "His name is Thamian." Cory now had a title to which he could attach his jealousy. Thamian, the boy who had everything Cory wanted, everything he had been denied his whole life. Cory almost wished he hadn't learnt it. He was very unhappy. "Cory?" Mrs. Glimmer asked tenderly. "Are you all right?" Cory felt horrible inside, but he refused to tell Mrs. Glimmer. What could she do for him? Give him a new childhood? No one could do that. "I think we should go now." Mrs. Glimmer's smile wilted. "Okay. Thank you both for coming by. I had a splendid time." "I don't want to go," Celia lamented. "It doesn't matter what you want," said Cory harshly. "It's time to go home." Cory grabbed her arm to force her off the sofa, but she pulled free and ran over to Mrs. Glimmer for a hug. "Oh!" Mrs. Glimmer let the hug last for a good moment. "You are a beautiful treasure, Celia, my darling. I'm so glad I got time with you today. I'm so glad." Fortified, Celia let go. "Good night, Cory. I had great fun cooking with you. You have real skill." Cory chuckled bitterly. "Thanks." He goaded Celia out of the room and back to apartment 410. 8. The day it all changed. For the next month, Cory and Celia went over to Mrs. Glimmer's apartment every day after school to do their homework and enjoy tea time with her. At first, they thought their parents would be suspicious and tell them not to go anymore, but they were much too distracted to pay attention. Mr. Trivano took on the habit of going out to eat every night, which was good and bad. He said he could no longer settle for the disgusting crap he got at home. He started drinking more often, terrifying everyone in the Trivano household. But he usually kept to himself. He would greet Cory and Celia with his "I'm strong, you're weak" glare, but that was about it. Mrs. Trivano, on the other hand, was getting out of her 8-year funk. She would wear day clothes instead of her pyjamas, dresses and skirts, colourful blouses and cardigans, thin coats and dainty scarves. Cory and Celia listened with dropped jaws when their mother told them all about the fun shops and places she visited while they were at school. Occasionally, Mrs. Trivano came home at the same time as Cory and Celia, imploring, "Please don't tell your father I was out, okay, babies?" This made Cory rather curious. He had seen her texting many times, texting and giggling, but she always hid her phone before Mr. Trivano got home. "Why don't we make my phone our little secret? Your father doesn't need to know about it," she suggested with a wink. Cory and Celia didn't tell their father much about anything in a normal week, which made their mother's request all the more concerning. One Saturday morning in April, Cory and Celia woke up to the sound of dreadful shouting. They couldn't help but listen to it as they went about their normal cereal gathering routine. While Cory poured the milk into his bowl, he saw a small cell phone on the counter with a new text message from around the corner. It read, "Are you okay?" He reached for it, opened the phone, and scanned through the message history. Everything had been deleted except for this morning's conversation. It was a simple message trail of, "Are we meeting today?" and, "Of course," with a smiley face. A fresh note popped up as Cory held the phone in his hands. Is something wrong? Hearing a painful scream from the master bedroom, Cory decided to take action. He typed, "Today won't work, actually. Sorry," sent it, and then deleted it right away. He got an instant response. Why not? What's going on? And he deleted that too. The door started opening. Cory scrambled to put the phone back where he found it, and then held his bowl of cereal as if nothing had happened. Mr. Trivano exited the master bedroom. He was livid. His neck swelled and tightened as he glared at Cory and Celia, and then stormed out of the apartment, nearly breaking the front door. Cory and Celia exhaled with relief at not being hit, until they thought about their mother. They rushed into the bedroom and saw her crying from the depths of the bed.
Go away. Go to the old lady's place, please.
They obeyed, at least partially. Cory told his sister, "Go to Mrs. Glimmer's. I'm going to take care of Mom."
Okay.
Gravely, Celia gathered her things and left the apartment. Cory took a deep breath and re-entered the master bedroom. Mrs. Trivano lay under the covers, whimpering.
Mom? Cory, she sobbed. I told you to go. No, Mum. I'm going to help you. You need to go outside. It's a sunny day. You'll enjoy it. But I can't. I can never leave this bed again. That's not true. You can get up.
Cory started plucking relatively clean clothes off the floor.
Here, put these on. You look so pretty in this shirt. Oh, sweet of you.
She sat up.
Okay,
she said with each breath.
Okay, I can do this.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'll be out in a sec, baby.
Once Mrs. Trivano had dressed, they locked the apartment and walked the 3 blocks to the town square.
Ow!
She winced and put her hand to her side.
Come on, Mum. Let's sit down.
Cory guided her over to a bench near the fountain, where they watched the townsfolk go hither and thither and listened to the chirping birds.
You were right. It is a pretty day.
Yeah.
So, what happened, Mum?
She looked at him as if he wouldn't understand, but then she explained more than he expected.
I've been seeing this man I met at the convenience store. He's so nice to me, and we've had so much fun together. But last night I left my phone in the kitchen and your father saw it this morning. He was very angry. He wanted to know who it was, but I wouldn't tell him.
Cory noticed a bruise on the side of her face. Did he hit you?
Yes. He slapped me very hard on the face while he was trying to get the answer from me. But he's done that before. My ribs hurt the most.
She winced again and breathed heavily.
Ow!
She gasped.
It hurts.
The pain subsided, and she looked at him with pleading eyes.
What should I do, Cory? Should I go to the hospital?
How bad is the pain?
It comes and goes. I think I can make it without going. I don't want the people there to think anything bad about us. We've visited them enough as it is.
Cory pondered the situation more seriously than he had ever done before. His mother was hurt, and she needed to not be hurt any more. He thought about his father's anger and the cooking predicament. He remembered when his father smashed a bottle across his face and when he broke Celia's arm. Cory spoke before he knew what he was saying.
You need to leave.
Leave? Mrs. Trivano blinked at him like a child.
Where would I go? You can go to Grandma and Grandpa's. You need to get out of this town or Dad will find you, and I don't know what he'll do now. To my parents' house. But they're a 2-hour train ride from here. That's okay. We'll call them and have them meet you at the train station. We have their number in the junk drawer.
Slowly, Mrs. Trivano accepted the idea.
Okay, maybe I can. Maybe. No, Mum. It can't be a maybe. We have to do it today. Okay.
She saw Mrs. Glimmer walking with Celia.
Oh, there's the old lady and my daughter.
She jolted as if she had just remembered she was a mother and faced Cory.
But what will you two do? Where will you go?
Cory felt a vicious sting in his heart because his mother didn't invite them to go with her. But he pushed on.
We can ask if we can stay with Mrs. Glimmer for the summer. That's a great idea.
She blinked at him as if he were a different person.
Wow, Cory, you're all grown up now. Listen to you, saying all these wise words. You're basically a man. How did I miss it? I must have been asleep while you were getting so mature.
Unfortunately, this was altogether too accurate. Celia ran to her mother, who returned a feeble hug.
Hi, baby. Fancy seeing you out here as well.
We thought we would go for a walk, since it's such an exquisite day. Mrs. Glimmer smiled like the sunshine around her. How are you doing, Mrs. Trivano?
Not so well, I'm afraid.
She cast daunted glances at her children.
Hey, babies, would you mind if I chatted with Mrs. Glimmer for a minute?
Cory and Celia sat by the fountain out of earshot, while their mother talked with Mrs. Glimmer. Once they were done, they both walked up to the children, and all 4 of them returned to the Trivano apartment. Mrs. Glimmer sat with Cory and Celia, while Mrs. Trivano packed a few things, mainly her 3 sets of pyjamas and her instant coffee. When she was done, she stood before her children in a stylish coat and pants, looking unusually grown up. Cory felt a surge of pride for her. She was facing the problem at last, and she was taking action. Mrs. Trivano would never again return to number 410 of Plod and Stoke Apartments.
Would you like to see me off at the train station?
Cory, Celia, and Mrs. Glimmer accompanied Mrs. Trivano to the train station and waited with her on the stone platform. The train arrived promptly, and it was suddenly time for her to go.
Well, babies, I'll see you soon. Maybe in 2 months or 3 months, but soon.
They made their farewell hugs.
Thank you, Cory. You gave me the strength I needed.
You're welcome, Mum. She climbed onto the train car steps.
Bye, babies. Bye.
Bye. They all waved as the train departed. Celia looked up at Mrs. Glimmer with frightened eyes.
What do we do now?
Mrs. Glimmer gave her a hug and rocked her back and forth a little bit.
Well, it's getting late. Would you two like to have dinner in a cafe or in my apartment?
Your apartment, they both said. Mrs. Glimmer's laugh was as soothing as the trickling fountain back in the town square.
All right, I'll make cheese and bean pasta.
Cory and Celia were very glad to be safe inside Mrs. Glimmer's apartment, instead of awaiting the menace that would soon tromp into their own. They didn't talk much. They just watched Mrs. Glimmer cook and set the table. It was quite nice to have an adult prepare dinner for them, an adult who understood their feelings and cared deeply. After the meal, Mrs. Glimmer said she had letters to write, but they could do their homework around her if they wanted to. She collected a flat wooden board with parchment paper, sat in her armchair, and set the board on her lap. She then pulled out a small pair of gold-rimmed eyeglasses. They were quite unusual, with a golden chain that clipped onto a tiny ring along the collarbone of her dress.
What's that?
Celia asked.
They are my reading and writing spectacles.
Mrs. Glimmer placed them firmly in their spot on her nose, removed a feathered quill from the side of the board, and began writing. Cory looked up from his homework and stared, befuddled, at Mrs. Glimmer's letter.
There's nothing on it.
She smiled meaningfully and removed her spectacles. Here, Cory, take a look. Cory placed them over his eyes and saw multiple lines of flourishing calligraphy that moved and danced on the parchment paper as if the letters were alive.
Whoa! I can't read it, though. Who are you writing to?
He handed back the spectacles. My son.
What are you telling him?
I'm responding to his previous letter and telling him about today.
You mean you're telling him that you'll be watching us this summer?
Yes, she beamed. I'm very excited about it. However, we do need to talk to your father before we finalise anything.
He won't mind,
said Cory despondently. In the evening, Mrs. Glimmer accompanied Cory and Celia to apartment 410, where they found Mr. Trivano sitting on the couch, his face burning, not with fury, but with fear.
Come in,
he said, as if they were all strangers.
Good evening, Mr. Trivano,
said Mrs. Glimmer cordially, as they walked into the centre of the living room. I spoke with Mrs. Trivano today. She asked me to look after Cory and Celia once the school term ends. Mr. Trivano seemed to already know.
Where did she go?
She told me she was going to her parents' house. He recoiled at the words and glared anxiously at Mrs. Glimmer as if she was going to escort him to prison.
And what will happen to the children for the rest of the month?
They can come to my apartment after classes if it would help, she offered.
They'd better,
Mr. Trivano retorted with a defensive threat in his voice.
If there's anything I don't do, it's help children with their homework. They were Mrs. Trivano's responsibility, but she has abandoned them now. I work over 40 hours a week. I don't have any time.
He took another swig of gin to punctuate, but his eyes remained on Mrs. Glimmer, who stood calmly in the middle of the room, leaning on her cane. I understand. She bowed her head slightly. I should also mention, I plan on going back to my hometown over the summer, which is quite far from here. May Cory and Celia come with me? I will care for them as though they were my own children.
Yes,
he said too quickly, casting harsh looks at Cory and Celia, as if they had ruined his marriage.
But I need to leave my phone number with you so you can call me if anything comes up.
That is quite reasonable. She crinkled her lips into her old lady smile. Mr. Trivano jotted down his number and handed it to Mrs. Glimmer. Thank you very much. Unless you have anything else to add, I will say good night.
Nope, nothing else.
All right. Good night, Mr. Trivano. Her eyes sparkled at Cory and Celia. Good night to you as well. I'll see you both tomorrow. She tapped her way out of the room. Mr. Trivano glared at his children and commanded,
Go to bed.
They did so, as he guzzled the rest of his gin. 9. The Chariot. School became busier and busier as the end of term quickly approached. Cory and Celia struggled to keep up. They needed a distraction, and school was willing to provide it, but not enough to keep them from noticing their mother's absence. They no longer heard the shuffling of feet into the living room during breakfast. They no longer heard the murmuring television when they came home from school. But worst of all, they no longer heard the, "Hey, babies," or "Good morning, babies," that they had relied upon all their lives. Cory didn't always like the pet name, but it was one of the only consistent ways his mother had shown affection. Cory missed her. Celia missed her as well, but she latched on to Mrs. Glimmer more than ever. Mr. Trivano's nightly returns were becoming later and later, which prompted Cory and Celia to visit the apartment next door every day. Mrs. Glimmer was always glad to see them, extremely glad, in fact. The 5 class periods at school were terribly long to Cory and Celia, but they didn't expect Mrs. Glimmer to feel the same way. Every afternoon, without fail, Cory and Celia would knock on apartment 412 to see Mrs. Glimmer open the door with eyes that shone brighter than stars in the night and a smile that declared her euphoria at the sight of their faces. It was the best greeting they could have possibly hoped for, especially during the dreadful, aching absence of their mother. Ever since Mrs. Glimmer had spilled the beans of her plan to take them to her hometown, Cory had pressed her and pressed her for the name of it. "Why won't you tell us?" he asked many times. Mrs. Glimmer never gave a full answer, which irked Cory all the more. He wanted to know where they were going. Was that so much to ask? One time, when Cory was unusually persistent, Mrs. Glimmer said with a patient smile, "It's a surprise." Cory couldn't argue with this, but he did try to slide in a different question. "What's your first name?" Mrs. Glimmer just laughed mysteriously and said, "My first name is another story. But thank you for reminding me, Cory. Mrs. Glimmer is so very formal. Why don't you both call me Auntie Glimmer from now on? You are like family to me. I think we can use closer terms for each other." Celia used the name immediately. "Auntie Glimmer! I love it!"
Cory didn't let the subject go so easily.
I thought you called people aunt or uncle and then their first name. Dad's talked about his brother many times and he calls him your Uncle Bernardo.
Mrs. Glimmer just responded by describing how much she liked the sound of Auntie Glimmer. Cory didn't agree at first, but once they started saying, "Hi, Auntie," as they returned from school, her hugs felt warmer and their general conversation freer. It was like saying, "Hi, Mommy," but "Hi, Auntie," and Cory liked that a lot. The new term of endearment helped him to deal with the bad news they received on their last day of school. Cory and Celia were overjoyed to be done for the summer. They could not fully express their relief at no longer having piles of homework to complete every day. Mostly, they were excited about going to Mrs. Glimmer's hometown. It felt acutely strange to come home and not be able to tell their mother about it, so Cory resolved to call their grandparents' house and see if he could talk with her. Celia bounced up and down as they approached the apartment phone.
I can't wait to talk to Mummy again.
Cory dialed the number.
Shh, it's ringing.
"Hello?" came the voice of their grandmother.
Hi, Grandma. It's Cory.
Cory, I'm so happy you called. I haven't heard from you in ages. How are you?
He thought this was a strange response.
I'm good. Is Mum there?
Mom? Your mother?
Yes, of course.
No, I haven't heard from her in months. I was about to ask you how she was doing. Why do you ask?
A sinking feeling tugged brutally inside Cory. He put the phone down.
Why do you hang up on her? Said Celia. That's rude.
Cory tried to breathe steadily.
Because Mum's not there. Not there? But she said she was going to Grandma and Grandpa's. Shut up, Celia,
he yelled.
Mum lied to us.
Celia knitted her eyebrows.
No, she couldn't have. She wouldn't lie to us. Yes, she would. Don't be an idiot. She's been lying to us all of your life.
Cory kicked the pantry door, which made his foot hurt. The smarting pain caused tears to bubble up in his throat. He couldn't let them. He refused to be a sissy boy. He refused to be weak. But he felt horrible, betrayed, unwanted, and alone. He looked at his sister, who had stepped away. Her lips were trembling.
"Don't look at me like that,"
he ordered, sounding far too much like their father. Celia bolted for the door, and Cory went after her. He didn't catch up with her until they had barged right into Mrs. Glimmer's apartment without knocking. Mrs. Glimmer was sitting on the couch, writing with her feathered quill. She looked at them through her golden spectacles, which she instantly allowed to drop and dangle from her collar.
"I'm so glad you came by. What's the matter?" "Auntie!"
Celia hopped onto the couch and buried her head behind Mrs. Glimmer's arm, as if she were afraid of Cory. Mrs. Glimmer moved her arm around Celia for a comforting embrace and addressed Cory with a glint in her eyes. "What happened, Cory?" Heat rose into his face.
"Mum never went to Grandma and Grandpa's. She lied to us."
Cory couldn't help it any more. He began sobbing uncontrollably. He felt weak and helpless. He could hear his father's voice in his head.
"Only sissy boys cry."
Mrs. Glimmer reached out to him and guided him onto her other side. Cory didn't fight. He hugged her arm and buried his head. He felt like a lost, incurable failure, but more than anything, he felt betrayed. Cory remembered his mother's expression when he had suggested the idea, a look of ill-disguised resistance.
"Okay, maybe I can."
"Maybe," was all she had said.
She never planned to go to her parents' house. She just wanted them to think so. But where had she gone? And why did she never leave her phone number? When Cory was through crying, he lifted his head, not in confidence, but defeat. He had failed. He had cried, and Mrs. Glimmer had seen him. "I am a sissy boy," he thought in despair. Mrs. Glimmer was giving him tissues. "Here you are." He accepted them and said, "I hate myself." Mrs. Glimmer gasped. "No, please, don't. Hate is not for ourselves or any person." "But I cried." "There is nothing wrong with crying," she smiled. "Crying is good." Cory scowled. "No, it's not. Dad always says crying makes guys—" He was too ashamed to speak the word and used a different one. "It makes us weak." Her face seemed to feel the lie for a moment. "I don't believe that. Not at all. Tears are a source of strength." "That doesn't make any sense." Cory blew his nose and dabbed his swollen eyes. "All this time, for the last 3 weeks, we thought Mum was at Grandma and Grandpa's. But she never was." Mrs. Glimmer looked sad, but not surprised. "Did you know?" Cory shouted. "Did she tell you?" She shook her head. "No, she did not tell me." "You're lying," he accused. "Your face said otherwise. You knew. You've betrayed us too." She shook her head. "No, Cory. I only suspected. I didn't know for sure. That's why I didn't say anything. I was giving your mother the benefit of the doubt." "Well, I believed she was with Grandma and Grandpa." He cooled down a bit. "Now we have no way of reaching her. We don't know where she is." "What about her cell phone?" Celia suggested. "She never left her cell phone number, idiot." Mrs. Glimmer clasped Celia's hand. "Please don't address your sister in that way, Cory," she said gently. "It's not true. Celia is very intelligent." Cory didn't reply. Shouting was supposed to help. That's why their father did it, right? It helped him to release his anger. Cory was angry and hurt. What else do you do when you're hurt besides shout and call people names? Mrs. Glimmer stood up. "I know you don't fully trust me yet, Cory. I've had to keep my secrets. But it may please you to know, today I will answer all of your questions." "Okay then," he challenged her. "Where are you from?" She sighed. "Not quite yet. I will tell you the name once we leave here." Cory wanted to shoot back, but he couldn't think of a retort. "Okay." Celia stood up too. "Are we leaving tonight?" Mrs. Glimmer smiled. "Yes, we are." "Should we go pack?" "You don't have to. I think I have everything you will need back at my house." Cory frowned at her. "Of course we need to pack. We'll be gone for 3 months. You don't have clothes that would fit us." "Yes, I do." Her eyes glistened. "I can always find clothes to fit any boy or girl." Cory was even more confused. "What kind of house do you live in?" "Ah." She beamed with delight. "A question I can answer. My house is a chateau on a cliff by the sea. It has many rooms, and we won't be alone when we get there." "How are we going to get there?" Celia asked. Mrs. Glimmer laughed excitedly, like the trickle of a distant stream. "Another question I can answer. Thank you, Celia." She unfastened her necklace, dangling the tiny winged horse ornament. "Oh, that's right. I need my cane. Cory, can you hand it to me? It's just there, leaning against the sofa." Cory reached over and took hold of her cane. He saw it up close for the first time. What he thought was an ordinary brass handle was actually shaped like a pair of wings, with the impression of a seashell in the middle. The rest of it was polished cherry wood, carved into a beautiful 3-strand braid. At last he obeyed and passed it to Mrs. Glimmer. "Thank you, Cory." Holding it by the stem, Mrs. Glimmer swirled her cane in one circle around the necklace dangling from her other hand. Instantly, the ornament grew to the size of a dove and came alive into a reddish-brown horse with feathered wings.
Oh, oh,
said the winged horse as he stretched his legs.
well, good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Starlight. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Cory and Celia each let out a gasp of astonishment. Standing on the back of Mrs. Glimmer's hand, the horse whinnied and bowed to her.
Why, Lady Glimmer, how wonderful to see you. I know I've been with you this whole time, but it feels like so long.
Mrs. Glimmer nodded her head in return.
Good evening, Starlight, my dear friend and companion. It has been long indeed. Thank you for staying in ornament form for 3 months.
You are a real soldier.
Nay, 3 months,
Starlight nickered.
Oh, my sugar, it only felt like 2 weeks.
Cory and Celia stared open-mouthed at the horse.
Starlight is my loyal friend and steed. He has served me well for many years.
But we need to let him warm up a bit before we depart. Mrs. Glimmer unfastened the golden chain, and Starlight took off, soaring around the room.
Oh! Ah! Starlight exclaimed. How good it is to use my wings! It's like the time when Lady Glimmer first came to this world.
Cory and Celia ducked their heads. They couldn't believe their eyes.
That's going to take us to your house?
Cory asked.
I know you mean nothing by it, Cory, but I am not a that. I am a he, and yes, I will.
Oh, sorry, Cory muttered, slightly abashed.
After he warms up, I'll let him grow to his full size, said Mrs. Glimmer.
Celia gazed at the flying creature adoringly.
Are we going to ride on his back?
Oh, no. Mrs. Glimmer shook her head while smiling. If we're going to my home, then we will arrive there in style. But I need to change first. I'll let you get acquainted with Starlight. I'll be right back. She left for her bedroom. Starlight landed on the back of the sofa.
Wow, you are so handsome,
Celia marvelled as she stroked his mane with her forefinger.
I love the white star on your forehead. Why, thank you. How sweet. Starlight beamed. I'm told it is my best feature, but I cannot take any credit for it. I owe this star to my mother. She had one just like it. You don't mind if I pet it, do you? Mind? Oh, no! Starlight whinnied. Come on, Cory. You can pet him too, said Celia.
Cory pulled away, still dumbfounded. No, I can't do that. Celia laughed and then gasped as she looked down the hallway. Mrs. Glimmer stood before them, wearing a magnificent blue dress. It had gold embroidery of vines and flowers and wide sleeves that blended with her skirt.
It's so nice to be in this dress again.
You look beautiful.
Thank you, Celia. Oh, my sugar.
said Starlight. "You never fail to impress, Lady Glimmer. That blue and those gold vines, oh my!" Mrs. Glimmer giggled and raised her finger. "But before we leave, we need to say goodbye to Mr. Trivano." Cory and Celia lowered their heads. "It will be all right. Come on." She beckoned with her hand. "I'll just wait here. Take your time." Starlight waved the tip of his right wing. Cory and Celia reluctantly followed Mrs. Glimmer over to apartment 410. She knocked, even though she was with them. "Don't worry about it." Cory walked in. His father was nowhere to be seen. "Looks like we can't say bye." Mrs. Glimmer's eyes grew sad as she surveyed the apartment and made her way to the kitchen. "Can one of you help me find a pen and paper? I'd like to leave a note for him." Celia ran to the task and gave Mrs. Glimmer what she requested. "Thank you, dear." When she finished the note, they went back to the safety of apartment 412, where Starlight was preening his wings like a bird. "Welcome back."
Phew,
Celia exhaled.
I'm glad we didn't see Dad.
"I'm not," Cory muttered. "I also wish he had been there," said Mrs. Glimmer, her eyes pained for Cory. "What time does he usually come home?" "He's been staying out late this week," Cory answered. "There were a couple of nights when he didn't come home till after we'd gone to bed." Mrs. Glimmer sighed as if she wanted to speak on the injustice of it. She decided not to.
Are you both ready for the next part?
"Yes," they replied immediately.
Wonderful. Come over here beside me.
Cory and Celia obeyed, every moment wondering what would happen, and stood on either side of her.
That's perfect.
Starlight flew onto her hand, and Mrs. Glimmer reinserted the golden chain through the hoop atop the horse's back. She leaned down, and Starlight trotted onto the floor.
Now you can regain your full height.
Mrs. Glimmer waved her cane, and the flying horse grew and grew until they thought his wings would burst through the walls. The large horse was quite majestic, with his expansive burgundy wings.
"Oh, it is time!"
Starlight neighed excitedly.
"Cory and Celia, you two have been in this situation for long enough. It is so time."
Mrs. Glimmer jingled her laugh.
"He's ready to go. We won't be long, Starlight." "Okay."
She held out her cane and popped the handle right off. It glittered and chimed, and suddenly it was a golden crown. Mrs. Glimmer placed it on her head without the least hesitation. The crown fit perfectly.
"There we are."
She sparkled a glance at the flabbergasted children. "Now for the chariot." She held out the remainder of her cane, the braided wooden stem, and dropped it onto the floor. It started unravelling and growing until it became a fine golden chariot with carvings of warriors on the panels. Mrs. Glimmer stepped onto the chariot and took hold of Starlight's reins, which had been the chain of a necklace only a moment before.
"Just give me the word," he whinnied exuberantly, "and I will blast out of this apartment like the time I found my freedom."
Mrs. Glimmer looked behind her. She let out a big laugh like an opera singer.
"Oh, your faces! I wish I had them in a painting."
When the children still didn't move, she said, "Have we forgotten anything?" Cory and Celia managed to shrug.
"Then come aboard."
Celia grinned broadly and leapt onto the chariot, where Mrs. Glimmer welcomed her with a tender hug. Starlight glanced back. I have a feeling that you and I will be very good friends, Celia.
I think so too, she replied confidently. Cory, are you going to join us? Mrs. Glimmer asked, as if they were simply heading out to the grocery store. Cory tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Mrs. Glimmer looked so different with her crown and royal dress. Who are you? I can answer that one too. Technically, in my land, I am the Queen. Her silver bell laugh danced through the air, warm and captivating like the beginning of a procession. She extended her hand toward him. Cory stalled. She was asking him to leave everything he had ever known for the entire summer. He had only left their town once before, when he was 3 years old. Now she was asking him to fly away in a magical chariot to some unnamed place. Cory realized he believed her. He believed she was a queen. He wondered how he had not noticed it before. Everything about her was completely royal. And she was inviting him, little Cory Trivano, to live in her chateau. How grand it must be. But Cory feared the future. What if she decided she didn't like him while they were there? He wanted to go, but doubt pinched at his heart. Cory bit his lip and wrung his hands. Mrs. Glimmer seemed to notice his struggle. You have filled the roles of adulthood long before your time, Cory Trivano. You have carried burdens that boys your age should not have to bear. She smiled. But you can come with me now, and I will watch over you. I will protect you, Cory. Every moment you are in my land, I will make sure you are safe. There are so many beautiful times to discover just ahead. All you have to do is take my hand and come aboard. Cory felt a surge of longing. Oh, how he wanted to go with her. But he was still afraid. Cory looked at her. Mrs. Glimmer's corn-yellow hair hung in long braids and wavy locks like a rippling cape behind her. The golden crown made her look wise and powerful. Her face was the only familiar part. It was the same face Cory had seen over 2 months ago, when they first entered her apartment and had dinner with her. He squinted toward her eyes. They were lamps of love, kind and reliable. Maybe he could trust her. He reached out his hand and took hold. Mrs. Glimmer helped him onto the chariot. With Cory and Celia on either side of her, Lady Glimmer announced, "Welcome to the Chariot of Lords. Hold on tightly." "Wait," said Cory. "How are we going to get outside?" Mrs. Glimmer waved her hand, and the sliding glass doors opened to her balcony and the street below. "But we're too big. We'll break it." "Don't worry. I'm pretty good with directions," Starlight interjected. Mrs. Glimmer laughed pleasantly. "I dare say a magical chariot can get through a doorway without harming it." "Well, okay," said Cory skeptically. He clenched the front of the chariot, his knuckles turning white, as Mrs. Glimmer flicked the reins. 10. The Welcome Feast. Starlight shot through the doorway, pulling the chariot with him, and they soared above the town. They almost hit the church steeple, but Starlight swerved around it. "See? No harm done." Lady Glimmer let out a great laugh as they rose higher into the evening sky. Celia beamed like she was having the time of her life. Cory, on the other hand, cringed anxiously. "Why are we flying toward the mountain?" "Because that's where we're going," Lady Glimmer answered. Starlight flapped his expansive wings, tugging them closer and closer to the snowy mountain peak. When they started descending, Cory held on with all his strength.
Here we are.
They landed quite smoothly, and Lady Glimmer stepped off the chariot and onto the cold snow. Cory and Celia clung to the chariot for a moment.
Will we fall through the snow?
Celia asked. Not if you step where I do, Lady Glimmer replied. Celia climbed out of the chariot and took long strides in her effort to step exactly where Lady Glimmer did. Feeling rather put out, Cory took a deep breath and followed, making sure his feet went right into the shoe prints.
I love the view from up here. It is very great,
Starlight remarked from right behind Cory.
I can't look at the view, Cory replied. I'm trying not to fall into the snow and freeze to death.
Starlight whinnied.
Oh, no, you won't freeze. Lady Glimmer will take care of you.
Lady Glimmer halted at a spot that looked much like the rest of the mountain.
This is it.
Cory and Celia peered around her. To the right was their town, resting in the shadow of the mountain. To the left was the setting sun in the distance, behind many other frosted peaks. Cory frowned.
I don't see anything. Where's your house?
Lady Glimmer gave them a sparkling glance as she plucked out her spectacles from her dress pocket. She knelt and raised them to her eyes in the direction of the sun.
There it is.
There what is? Cory snapped. He was very cold and wasn't at all in the mood for jokes.
I don't see anything.
Lady Glimmer handed him her spectacles. Perhaps if you look through these, something will change. Cory grabbed the handle and raised the lenses to his eyes. He saw water, sheer cliffs, and a small castle. He gasped and lowered the spectacles. But now the mountain was gone, and he was standing in cool water instead of snow. Lady Glimmer smiled happily beside Cory as she instructed him to pass the spectacles to his sister. Celia's expression changed to terrific joy after she raised them to her own eyes and realized she was standing in the water as well.
The sun is behind us instead of in front,
she said as the waves rolled up to her waist. That's because we're in another land, Lady Glimmer explained. We're far, far away from your land now.
Where are we then?
Cory demanded. Lady Glimmer faced him directly. At last I can tell you, Cory. We are in the kingdom of Lythéa.
Oh.
Cory felt as confused as he did before. He looked ahead at the steep cliffs and the castle with many illuminated windows. Behind it was a thick forest on a vast hill, shrouded in peach-coloured mist. Starlight appeared beside them, seemingly out of thin air.
That is the best part. Entering Lythéa is like waking from a dream.
Lady Glimmer transformed the golden chariot back into her braided stick. All right, she began. Now we need to get to that level piece of shore just up ahead. We call it the Crescent Beach. My handmaidens have prepared a welcome feast for us. She turned the stick, and the waves moved away from the path in front of them, leaving about a foot of water. She took hold of her dress and began wading down the watery path to the beach. Cory, Celia, and Starlight followed.
We're soaking wet,
said Cory, because he was so overwhelmed. He felt like he had to say something as they arrived on the sandy beach. Lady Glimmer smiled and pointed behind them. Look at the sunset. Cory and Celia turned around and marvelled. Bright red clouds painted the sky as the half-sun disappeared behind the ocean.
It's fabulous,
said Celia.
Cory watched the waves go hither and thither. He couldn't discern where they came from.
How will we get back?
Lady Glimmer leaned down beside him. Much the same way. When the time comes, I will take you back with Starlight and my chariot.
The chariot you have right there?
He pointed at the braided stick in her hands. Yes, exactly. But you might want to know, this is actually the royal sceptre. That's why it's so magical.
Mother!
They turned around to see a young man standing on the side of the cliff in the middle of a rocky stairwell.
Damien!
She called in return. He rushed down the stone steps and strode over to them, grinning broadly. He was fairly tall and slim, with dark hair. His face and arms were tanned. He wore matching brown pants and a vest with the rolled-up sleeves of a white shirt beneath it. He and Lady Glimmer embraced.
Oh, my son, my son. We are reunited at last, she said, pulling away from him. I never thought 3 months could be so long. Have you been riding?
Yes, and running, he replied. I've got to keep up my strength.
She nodded. Yes, good thinking. She gestured toward Cory and Celia. Damien, I'd like you to meet my dear companions from my time away, Cory and Celia Trivano. Damien looked attentively at Cory and Celia as if he were making a discovery.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. My mother has shared stories about you in her letters to me. I'm very glad you're here.
Celia said, Nice to meet you. And Cory muttered the same, but he didn't mean it.
So, this is the guy who grew up with everything I couldn't have, he thought. Why does he have to be so tall? Damien is most likely one of those college-aged guys who treat you as if you don't exist.
Now, Lady Glimmer faced Cory and Celia. It's time to get ready for dinner. I have just the outfits for both of you. As they headed toward the stairs carved into the cliff, Starlight said,
I don't know why you people don't just spread out your wings and fly to the top. So much easier than this climbing business.
We don't have any wings, said Cory. Starlight's ears shot up.
Oh, that's right. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you.
He expanded his wings as far as they would go and bowed to Lady Glimmer.
If it pleases your majesty, may I go to the stables?
Absolutely, my good friend, said Lady Glimmer. You have earned a generous helping of oats and sugar cubes.
Thank you very much. I cannot wait to see my friend Moonlight. How good it will be to spend time with another winged horse.
Starlight turned his long head toward Cory and Celia.
I had a wonderful journey with you both today.
With that, Starlight neighed and flew off. They began climbing up the stairwell that zigzagged back and forth along the cliff. Even though the steps were slippery, Cory couldn't help glancing out at the sea. It was terribly boundless. The water seemed to stretch farther and farther with every step he took up the cliff. Before Cory knew it, they entered a wall-enclosed terrace surrounding the small castle. In front of a doorway, 4 people stood in a line waiting for them. 2 young men, dressed in polished suits of armour, bowed low, and 2 young women in pale blue dresses curtsied all the way to the floor. One of the guards spoke.
Welcome, Lady Glimmer, Queen of Lythéa, Mother of the Wounded, and Empress of the 5 Fjords.
Lady Glimmer returned the bow while smiling. Thank you, Barrett. What a clear voice you have. She then moved to the shorter of the 2 young women. Felicity, how splendid to see your lovely face. I plan to spend many hours working on tapestries with you for the duration of our stay here, however long that may be. Cory noticed Felicity's face when she lifted it, and it was very pretty indeed. Lady Glimmer beamed at the taller young woman. Angelique, I have missed you and our precious conversations together. I look forward to discussing everything that has happened with you. When Angelique lifted her head, she exposed her worried expression. But Cory thought she was gorgeous. He wanted to talk with her if he could. Lady Glimmer went to the guards, who were about the same height, so Cory distinguished them by their faces. The first guard had a round face, with a well-meaning look about him. "Barrett," said Lady Glimmer, "Thamian wrote about your valiant deeds in his letters to me. I can never thank you enough for your loyalty to our family." Barrett seemed deeply touched by this when he bowed to her once more. She turned to the second guard, who had a long and freckled face. "Nicias, I'm pleased to have you here with us." Nicias nodded, but he looked as if he didn't understand her. Lady Glimmer beckoned to Cory and Celia, who rushed up beside her. "I have anticipated the chance to introduce these two siblings since I first met them 5 months ago. Please welcome Cory and Celia Trivano. Cory is a hard-working young man who serves his loved ones every single day. Celia is a gem of a girl. She is brimful of gratitude and trust." Cory was shocked that Lady Glimmer spoke such wonderful words about them, and in front of all these people. He blushed red with equal measures of embarrassment and honour. "Please treat them like family," Lady Glimmer finished. "They are dear to me." She glanced at Cory and Celia with twinkling eyes. "Now, we must all prepare for the feast."
"But, Your Majesty," Angelique protested, "we should wait on you, not eat with you."
"Angelique," Lady Glimmer replied, "I have been away from all of you for 3 months. If I can do anything about it, I will definitely have you eat at Armand's table with me." Angelique seemed both indignant and thankful, but she didn't argue any more. "Cory," said Lady Glimmer, "please go with Thamian. He will help you find the outfit I had in mind for you. And Celia, please come with me. I have just the dress for you to wear tonight." With that, Lady Glimmer, Celia, and the handmaidens went inside. Cory looked up at the sceptical faces of the guards and the friendly grin of Thamian. "All right, Cory," he said, "let's go find your outfit." Thamian bowed to the guards and left with Cory. Inside the chateau, they passed rooms filled with colourful tapestries and elaborate furniture, down hallways lined with twisting stone carvings and lush paintings. They entered a grand room with 2 beds, 1 big bed and 1 small bed. Thamian led Cory into the closet. He started fingering through the shelves. "Here it is," he said at last, showing Cory the ensemble of clothes. "I wore this when I was about your age." The outfit consisted of brown pants, a leather vest, and a dark blue shirt embroidered with silver vines and leaves. "How old are you?" Cory asked. 19, Thamian replied happily. Cory accepted the outfit. "I have to go into the cave and wash off a bit before dinner," said Thamian. "Would you like to come?"
"I think I'll get lost if I don't,"
said Cory. Thamian laughed as he selected his own outfit. "Good point." Cory followed Thamian down a hallway that curved like a half-circle and through a stone door hidden in the wall. They descended a slippery stairwell into a cave lit by torches. There was a large boulder, a rowboat, and a pool of dark water. Feathery white particles glowed and swam about in the pool. Cory pointed.
What are those?
Ah, good question, said Thamian. This cave is at the edge of a labyrinth of submerged passages ruled by an evil sea serpent whose name is Rethero.
A sea serpent? Cory gasped.
Yes, he is a treacherous monster, but he never comes into this part. My father banished Rethero from here long ago. The white shards are pieces of the serpent's dead skin. They glow because my father blessed this pool with magical cleansing properties. If you ever need to wash, this is the place.
With that, Thamian threw off his shirt and dived.
Ooh! Is it cold? Said Cory.
Yes, it is,
Thamian admitted. Then I'll pass, thanks. I just bathed in the sea.
Cory went behind the boulder and changed into his new clothes, struggling with the belt. When he came back out, Thamian was all dressed in his even more royal clothes. The prince chuckled.
What's wrong? Cory asked, feeling rather embarrassed.
Not much,
Thamian grinned.
But I don't think shoes from your land will suit you here.
Cory looked down at his sneakers.
But it was my fault. I'll find a pair of boots upstairs.
They returned to Thamian's room. He rummaged around in the closet and found 2 sleek leather boots.
These should work for you?
Cory tried them on and they fit perfectly.
How did you know everything would fit so well?
It's no skill of mine, believe me, answered Thamian. These are royal clothes, which means they magically adapt to the wearer.
Cory suddenly felt out of place.
But I'm not a prince. I don't deserve to wear these things.
Thamian shot him a piercing but friendly look.
What is deserving? I don't deserve to be the king, but I will be if my mother's plan succeeds. We want you to be one of us, Cory. These clothes are just the beginning.
Cory didn't know what to say. Thamian walked over to a mirror hanging on the stone wall and opened the carved wooden box beneath it. With a sigh, he lifted out a silver crown and placed it on his head.
You have a crown too, said Cory.
Yes,
Thamian explained in a weighted tone.
This is the crown of the Prince of the Sea, which means the heir to the throne of Lythéa.
Cory felt even more out of place, as if he didn't deserve to talk to Thamian, much less hang out in his room. Regardless, he asked,
When will you become king?
That is the question, isn't it? How much did my mother tell you?
She told us she was the queen of her land before we left to come here.
He didn't say the word apartment because he felt embarrassed of the life he had left behind only a couple of hours ago. Thamian raised his eyebrows.
That's all. There is certainly more to tell. A cruel man named Count Morto invaded our capital city last winter with an army of 3,000 men. My mother wanted us to defend the city, but only long enough to bring all of our loyal citizens to safety. Count Morto has reigned as the usurper of Lythéa ever since the month you call January, but he cannot truly be king without the scepter.
Cory suddenly made a connection.
Oh no, that's just before she moved in beside us. What are you going to do?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that question yet.
Thamian opened the door.
We'll have to discuss this more later. It's time for the welcome feast. My mother and the scepter of Lythéa have returned. You have no idea what a relief that is.
Thamian and Cory quickly arrived in the great hall. There was an enormous glossy table that was also very empty.
Where's the food?
Oh, we're not eating inside. Thamian chuckled as he opened a wooden door. Follow me.
A salty gust whipped around Cory as they exited the chateau. He squinted through the twilight at the cobblestone terrace.
he saw fire and the outline of a table.
"Are we eating on the edge of the cliff?"
Cory gasped.
"Yes," said Thamian, "but there are walls. It's quite safe."
"How?" Cory started to ask, but Thamian had already walked on.
"Come on, Cory."
Dubious, Cory watched his every step as he tried to keep up with Thamian, making sure he did not stumble in the dark. Before he knew it, he was at the table. 8 bowls of crackling flames surrounded the large stone table, which held a glorious feast. Cory licked his lips. He inhaled the aromas of intriguing spices, hot berries, and sizzling meat.
"Everything is ready,"
a cloaked figure announced to Thamian.
"Perfect. Thank you, Angelique."
Cory looked over the wall at the saw-toothed rocks far below. He jumped backwards.
"Are you all right?"
Lady Glimmer's voice said behind him. Cory exhaled with relief.
"Auntie Glimmer, where's Celia?"
"Just here." Lady Glimmer reached behind her and guided a small person forward. Celia looked up at her brother. She wore a long blue headcloth that flowed down into her dress with a thin silver headband keeping it on.
"Hi, Cory."
"Isn't she beautiful?"
Lady Glimmer praised.
"She certainly is,"
Thamian affirmed, approaching Celia.
"Please come this way, young maiden, and I will show you to your place for dinner."
Celia took Thamian's arm and found her spot. "You seem worried, Cory," Lady Glimmer observed.
"It's just so dark, and we're so close to the edge of this cliff."
"You never have to worry about falling here. This is my enchanted precipice. It's a rocky platform at the edge of the terrace with a magnificent view of both the sea and Heltermott Field. My late husband created it for me as a gift in honour of our 10th wedding anniversary. You will never come to harm at this table."
"Oh, wow."
Cory blinked. "Celia and I just washed our hands. Have you?"
"No."
"Let me show you." Lady Glimmer guided Cory to the thick wall. A small trough of rushing water lay in the centre. This water comes from the fresh springs in the hills behind the chateau. We always wash our hands here before eating at Armand's table. Lady Glimmer rubbed his fingers in the ice-cold water. We do this to remember the power of our hands. With them, we either show love or hate. We give or steal. We must always take great care with our hands. Cory pondered her words as Lady Glimmer dried his hands in a warm towel. "Now we are ready to dine," she said. "Come, I will show you to your place." Once Cory was safely ensconced in his tall wooden chair, Barrett, Nikias, and Felicity joined the table, and the feast began. The food was thoroughly scrumptious. There were crispy appetizers filled with roasted nuts and herbs, vegetables mixed with exotic spices, hot mushroom and venison pot pies, and honey-glazed berries in soft gingerbread cups. Sitting at the head with her golden crown shining in the firelight, Lady Glimmer had a jolly time telling stories about her adventures on the ocean with her late husband. But soon the problems of Lythéa dominated the discussion. Nikias told Lady Glimmer that Count Morto had taken all of the remaining towns during her absence. Thamian responded by saying,
"Every loyal subject is safe in the place of hiding."
Nikias wanted to know where that place was, but Lady Glimmer just lifted her goblet and said, "It's better not to know where the place of hiding is, even if you're in it." Worry-stricken Angelique informed them that all of the men who follow Count Morto have to wear permanent helmets.
"They eat, drink, and sleep with them on. They're forced to wear prisons around their heads. We must stop it."
Lady Glimmer nodded gravely. "Yes, we must do whatever we can. But we should also remember everyone in Count Morto's army chose to follow him. Pretty Felicity said, "My brother is following the Count." After the main course, Angelique went off to the chateau and returned with a purple cake covered in a river of magenta flowers. Lavender-infused white cake with a sweet almond filling to honour the great Lady of Lythéa. "My favourite dessert," Lady Glimmer praised. "How extremely thoughtful of you, Angelique." Suddenly, a glowing teal fish leapt above the table and stopped in mid-air. "What's that?" Cory asked Thamian. "He is Eclipso, the chief of the Heltermot fairies. They are my mother's special messengers and watchmen. They prefer to take the form of small fish because it helps them to maintain a humility that balances out their extraordinary magical abilities." Waving his long silky fins, the glowing fish made a little bow to Lady Glimmer and said, "Welcome home, great Empress of the 5 Fjords. If it pleases your Majesty, we would like to perform a dance to celebrate your joyous return." "We?" Cory muttered, glancing around him. Lady Glimmer lifted her sceptre. "Thank you, Eclipso. A performance would be marvellous." Eclipso bowed once more and went off to what looked like a glowing teal cloud. A school of luminescent fish swam through the air as one massive current. At one point, they soared right above the table, causing Lady Glimmer to release her loud opera singer's laugh. Sampling a delectable piece of lavender cake, Cory forgot his worries. He sat back and allowed himself to ooh and ah at the dazzling display. 11. Celia's birthday. Lady Glimmer's euphoric mood continued the next day. In the crisp, early light of the morning, she woke Cory, Celia, Thamian and the handmaidens for a walk through the forest. Starlight accompanied them. As they strolled down the fern-laden path, Lady Glimmer beckoned for Starlight to stand before her. He spread out his majestic wings and bowed to his mistress, curling one leg beneath him. "What is your pleasure, your Majesty?" Lady Glimmer returned the gesture, leaning forward elegantly. "You are my sweet and faithful steed, Starlight. You shall quench your desire to fly today." With a flourish of her sceptre, Lady Glimmer shrank Starlight to the size of a raven. Starlight whinnied and flapped his wings. He launched from one tree to the next, bouncing on the branches, passing from warming spots of light to cooling shadows. Thamian and the handmaidens applauded. Lady Glimmer's laugh echoed through the forest. As everyone else walked ahead, Cory stayed back with Lady Glimmer. He wanted to be around her as much as he could while she was in such good humour. Stopping beneath a ray of light, Lady Glimmer smiled at Cory and gave him a warm hug. "Oh, my Cory, my Cory. You are so dear to me. Did you know that I love you as though you were my own son?" "I didn't know that." Cory felt fortified by her comment. How wonderful it was to be loved. "I wish you were my mother." Lady Glimmer gasped and stepped back. "What's wrong?" Cory asked. Her smile returned as a completely different kind. It wasn't free-spirited anymore. "Nothing, Cory." She patted his shoulder. "Come, let's catch up with the others. Have I told you our destination is a sparkling waterfall?" After supper that evening, Lady Glimmer pulled Cory aside. "I was meaning to ask you." She glanced behind her. "When is Celia's birthday?" "Her birthday?" He thought for a moment. "I don't know." Sometime at the beginning of summer, I think. Our family doesn't really celebrate birthdays. Lady Glimmer seemed disappointed, but not in Cory.
All right, then we'll just have to pretend that tomorrow is her birthday. I want to give her a surprise party, and I could use your help. What is her favourite dessert?
She likes chocolate a lot.
Chocolate? How marvellous! I've only tasted it a couple of times in my life. We don't have much chocolate in Lythéa. However, I believe I have a bag of it down in the kitchen. She raised her eyebrows. But we mustn't let Celia find out what we're up to.
Okay, Cory agreed, wondering why Lady Glimmer was having so much fun with the subject.
Thank you. I can depend on you, Cory. Damien is already down in the kitchen, looking through our supplies.
The kitchen? Cory murmured.
Yes. She pointed to one of the hallways. Just go down those stairs and you'll find him.
Damien was removing some ingredients from the pantry when Cory entered.
Hi, Cory. Good to see you.
What are you doing?
I'm preparing to cook for Celia's birthday party tomorrow, Damien answered cheerily. Would you like to help me?
You're cooking? Cory shouted. But that's a woman's task. You're not a man if you're messing around in the kitchen. You're a sissy boy. Cory's face felt quite hot as he stormed away and slammed the door behind him. Lady Glimmer found Cory outside, leaning against the parapet wall at the edge of the terrace. He was staring at the nighttime waves far below. She lifted the royal fabric of her dress and stepped out to him. "Hello, Cory," she said. "Damien told me what happened." He looked at her with a guilty expression. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things." She leaned against the tooth-like merlons sticking out of the parapet wall. "What upset you about it?" "It's just," he began, the heat rising in his face. "It's not fair. Damien can cook without any trouble, but every time I walked into the kitchen at home, I was a big problem. My dad didn't like it when I cooked. He didn't like it at all." Lady Glimmer nodded as if she knew exactly what he was talking about. "But what do you think, Cory?" The question caught him off guard. He used to assume his dad was always right, even though he didn't believe so fully. "I don't know what I think. Maybe what my dad said is only true back in my land, not here. Truth doesn't wake up one morning and decide not to be true anymore. It's constant and reliable. Let me ask you this, Cory. Deep in your heart, do you think cooking is good or not?" "It's good," he said after a struggling moment. "But guys can't do most good things. Guys have to shout at people and drink gin and build big muscles so we can be intimidating." She grimaced slightly at this, but she didn't contradict him. "What about Damien? Do you think he is a proficient young man?" "I can't figure him out. His biceps aren't as big as my dad's, but they are kind of big. I think he's strong." Lady Glimmer laughed soothingly. "A man can be both strong and good, Cory." He scowled at the waves for a while before saying with great difficulty, Maybe you're right." Lady Glimmer backed away from the parapet. "I like that answer. Want to come inside with me?" "Yes, please." As they entered one of the terrace doors, Cory asked, "Should I apologise to him?" "That's quite a good idea," said Lady Glimmer with a twinkle in her eye. "Very good indeed." Cory found Damien in the kitchen, unrolling a recipe scroll. He walked up to him in a rather convicted manner and said, "Damien, I'm sorry for the mean things I said earlier.
Damien grinned as if he were celebrating Cory and clapped him on the shoulder.
"That's all right, buddy. Thank you for telling me. You don't have to cook with me if you don't want to."
"No, I want to," he admitted.
"Excellent."
Damien set the scroll aside.
"It's getting late. Why don't we get a good night's rest and start tomorrow morning? I think my mother will join us too."
The next morning, Damien, Cory, and Lady Glimmer huddled around the ancient wooden table in the kitchen. Lady Glimmer let out a trickling laugh.
"He said her favourite dessert is chocolate. You can finally try it, Damien." "Fantastic."
He looked at Cory.
"Do you know how to make something with it?"
Cory glanced between the two encouraging faces.
"Well, I know how to make chocolate mousse." "A chocolate mousse? Like a reindeer?"
Lady Glimmer exclaimed.
"That must be very difficult."
"No, mousse with 2 S's. It's a French delicacy."
"It's all right, Cory,"
said Lady Glimmer. "Why don't you teach us how to make this chocolate delicacy, and I will shape them into the mousse with a simple twist of my sceptre, but only if you approve."
"Oh."
Cory imagined how different his mousse cups would be, shaped like creatures with antlers.
"Sure. This'll be interesting. Where's the chocolate?"
Suddenly, Cory found himself in the role of cooking instructor. It was weird, but very nice, to have Lady Glimmer and Damien listen to his directions and look to him for the next step. He asked Damien to put cream in a bowl and start whisking it, and he informed the Queen that they needed to make a buttery crust. Lady Glimmer rolled up her sleeves, tied an apron around her grand dress, and gathered the ingredients to make the crust. Once he saw them moving along quite well with their tasks, Cory set to melting the chocolate and mixing it with sugar, eggs, and more cream. He felt so honoured by their attentive and willing help that he didn't even think what his father would say. Lady Glimmer cut the buttery dough into perfect circles and moulded them into a muffin tin. While that was baking, they blended the chocolate mixture with the whipped cream. Lady Glimmer praised Cory multiple times.
"You know the recipe by memory. I am so impressed."
Damien agreed and told him,
"It takes a sharp mind to memorize recipes."
Cory had such a good time, he later decided that it was his favourite memory at the chateau. Right after they filled the crusty cups with the chocolate mixture, Lady Glimmer clutched her sceptre.
"Cory, may I shape them into reindeer now? I mean mousse." "I guess so."
Cory took a step away from the counter.
"Go for it." "Thank you. I can't wait."
She giggled mischievously. She raised the sceptre above the platter of chocolate-filled tarts, made one circular motion, and jerked back her arm. 2 spiky antlers poked out of each tart, and then a head appeared, and then a body rose out of 4 entwined legs. Suddenly, the chocolate creatures stopped growing and seemed to gloss over with a hard chocolate skin. And there they stood, 12 chocolate mousse standing on 12 small pie crusts.
"Perfect,"
Lady Glimmer assessed, giving Cory a warm side hug.
"Good work, Master Chef. Celia will love it."
She folded up her apron. "Can you 2 bring these lovely desserts down to the Crescent Beach whilst I find the birthday girl?" Damien carefully balanced the silver platter of the chocolate mousse as he and Cory descended the zigzagging stairwell to the Crescent Beach.
"Why are we going all the way down here?" said Cory.
"My mother has something special in mind," answered Damien with a ring in his voice. They found Lady Glimmer talking to Celia in the warm sand. The boys are here, said Celia. Lady Glimmer gave Cory and Damien welcoming hugs. I haven't had tea like this in many years. It's going to be so jolly. Cory glanced around. Where's the table? Ah, yes, the table. Lady Glimmer knelt beside Celia and pointed toward the untamed waves. See that rock, just above the surface of the water? Yes, Celia replied in a hushed whisper. Would you like to have tea out there to celebrate your 9th birthday? Wonder and jubilation spread across Celia's face. Can we? Really? Yes, indeed. Lady Glimmer flicked her sceptre. The rock transformed into a stone table with 4 chairs, and then 4 cups and saucers and a teapot landed on the table. Celia jumped up and down. Oh my gosh, Auntie! But how do we get out there? Lady Glimmer slipped off her leather shoes, which were stitched with wing patterns. Celia did the same. Take my hand, said the Queen. Leaving their dresses to trail behind them in the water, Lady Glimmer and Celia stepped out into the sea together, but they did not sink. A sandbar path formed before them, leading directly to the stone tea table. Cory blinked in disbelief. Shall we follow them? Said Damien. With a deep breath, Cory nodded. Once the group of 4 was situated on the stone chairs, Lady Glimmer served the piping hot tea. Happy birthday, my beloved Celia. Today we are celebrating you. She looked Celia straight in the eyes. I want you to know how very dear you are to me. My love for you will never die. It will blaze on forever. Celia's cheeks turned bright pink. She blinked several times. A tear of joy rolled down to the corner of her mouth. Cory's brotherly instincts activated. Lady Glimmer just made his little sister cry. He had to distract Celia right away. We baked these chocolate mousse desserts for you. Cory placed one of the sculpted confections onto Celia's saucer. They're very good. Celia wiped her eyes. Thank you. They're gorgeous. A frothy wave suddenly rinsed over their feet. Lady Glimmer let out her big opera singer's laugh, which put an embarrassed expression onto Damien's face. Isn't this fun? She said. It was certainly a unique experience. They mixed their tea and tasted the chocolate mousse. Cory watched Celia recognize the flavour. You've made this before, she said. Cory shrugged. Yeah, but Auntie Glimmer shaped them. Damien and Lady Glimmer followed with praises and compliments about Cory's skill as a cook and his good memory. Half of Cory wanted to swim off into the water and hide from everyone, but the other half of him cherished the words of the Queen and the Prince. Cory and Celia couldn't have hoped for a better afternoon. They talked about many things and drank their cups of tea as the waves tickled their feet. When was the last time you had tea out here? Celia asked. Before Damien was born, Lady Glimmer answered. I came here with my husband, King Armand. He and I had just been married. We arrived at this chateau for the honeymoon his parents had planned for us. We were still in an awkward stage because we were married before we fully knew each other. He used the sceptre to put a table and chairs way out here on this rock, and then escorted me like the virtuous gentleman that he was. I had just grown accustomed to being a proper lady of the royal court before I married Armand. I had never shown my bare feet in front of him before, but he persuaded me, and we had a wonderful time.
If Lady Glimmer felt sad from talking about her late husband, she didn't show it. Her eyes glistened more than usual, but she smiled vivaciously and turned to her son. Damien looks so much like his father. Damien nodded. But I have your eyes. Yes, you got away with my eyes somehow. But you have your father's hair and face, and a touch of my features. I wish I could have met the king, Cory interjected. The crown on Lady Glimmer's head seemed to grow larger and more powerful as she looked at him. Cory wondered if she would scold him. Lady Glimmer had never shown her anger before, but her face was so unreadable, Cory feared that now might be the first time. I also wish you could have met him, Cory, she said gently. And you, Celia. Armand would have loved both of you. Cory exhaled with relief. She wasn't angry. She still loved him. After refilling the 4 cups, Lady Glimmer introduced a game. See if you can guess what animal I'm trying to look like. She made her eyebrows sink down as much as possible and pushed out her lips to resemble a snout. She tried not to laugh along with them as she waited for the right answer. A dog, said Celia. Yes, Lady Glimmer's face went back to normal. Very good, Celia. They went around in a circle, taking turns at the animal impressions. Cory succeeded in resembling a cow, which launched Lady Glimmer into a spell of laughter. Damien impressed everyone by making himself look like a camel about to spit, but Celia surprised them the most. She jutted out her chin and flared her nostrils, asking, "Where is the place of hiding?" "Nikias!" Lady Glimmer squealed as she lifted her hand to her mouth. Cory felt a little guilty laughing at Lady Glimmer's funny faces. He greatly respected the illustrious Queen of Lythéa, who had rescued him from his life of pain and worries, but now she was sticking out her tongue and contorting her cheeks in such goofy ways. Cory couldn't help but burst into snickering that made his stomach hurt and his eyes water. Lady Glimmer was so many things. Cory didn't know how they could all make up one person. When the chocolate mousse were long gone and the last drop of tea had been sipped, Lady Glimmer smoothed her dress and said, "My, the time has soared along. How do you like your birthday so far, Celia?" "It's the best day ever," she replied, quite earnestly. "Perfect." Lady Glimmer glanced up at the chateau. "It will be time for dinner in about an hour. Angelique and Felicity are preparing it as we speak. Shall we go in?" That night, after most everyone had gone to sleep, Cory lay awake thinking about his parents. He wished his mother could have experienced the day with him. It would have cheered her up. But then he remembered what he had done. He had cooked, and not only that, he had baked pastries. With a shudder, Cory closed his eyes and saw his father's disapproving glare. Cory could feel the paternal anger jabbing at his heart. His father had been furious the day Cory first made the chocolate mousse cups. He had beaten Cory and said many harsh words. The glare became worse and worse in Cory's head. He could hear every word his father had told him. He had to escape it. Cory got out of bed. Damien was sleeping peacefully beneath his royal comforter. Cory decided not to waken him. Instead, Cory slipped out the door. He fingered for the walls around him, his arms outstretched, as he made his way to the great hall. Cory searched for the passage that led to Lady Glimmer's room and rushed toward it. The chateau was dark and shadowy. The portraits on the walls seemed disappointed in him, just like his father would have been.
They shook their heads and glowered. They hurled the words, "Sissy boy, you will always be a weak sissy boy." At last he came to the thick wooden door. It was unlocked. Cory knocked softly as he leaned in.
"Auntie Glimmer?"
he whispered. The room was illuminated by a crackling fire in the hearth. The grand four-poster bed with curtains rested straight ahead, unoccupied. The entire wall to the left was covered in embroidered curtains, with the foot of a small bed revealed. Beside the fireplace was the most enormous armchair Cory had ever seen. It was like a throne. It had a tall back decorated with golden vines and 4 sprawling wooden paws supporting it. Cory tiptoed into the room toward the armchair.
"Auntie?"
Still in her purple gown, Lady Glimmer slept in the armchair with an open book in her lap. She had the most content expression on her face, as if everything was going well and she had nothing to worry about. Cory hated to rouse her, but he had come all this way and he wanted to talk to her. He touched her arm.
"Auntie?"
Her eyelids slowly opened and she saw him.
"Oh, hello, Cory. You surprised me. How are you?"
The fire sizzled and popped as Cory tried to think of a way to start. Lady Glimmer noticed his troubled look.
"Here, come sit beside me."
She patted the empty space on the armchair. The seat of it was about as large as a small couch, which provided plenty of room for a second person. Cory took up the offer and sank into the cushions beside her. The vanilla fragrance of her perfume calmed his nerves. A large portrait of a bearded king hung above the fireplace. He looked like an older version of Thamian. Lady Glimmer gave Cory a side hug.
"I was just reading before bed. It's my evening habit. I must have dozed off. I had such a wonderful time today. How did you like your sister's party?" "It was a lot of fun."
The hurt engulfed Cory's throat.
"My dad wouldn't have approved, though."
"Why do you say that?"
"Because of this morning."
"You mean when we baked together?"
"Yes."
Cory lowered his head.
"I made sweet things. My dad's right. I'm a sissy boy. I'll never be a strong man."
Lady Glimmer closed her eyes and put her hand over her mouth for a moment. She looked directly at Cory.
"I don't like to contradict someone's parents, but I must on this point. Cory, I think your father is mistaken. You are not a sissy boy at all. You are a strong and sweet young man." "But that's the problem. I can't be strong and sweet at the same time. Not truly."
Her eyes disagreed. "This brings us back to the discussion we had in my apartment, in your land. A man can be both kind and strong, and it's very good when he is."
"No, he can't."
"What about my son? Thamian is sweet and considerate. Do you think he's weak?"
"No, it's different for him. He's tall, his voice is deeper, and he has some muscles."
She smiled dimly. "Manhood is a lot more than a deep voice and muscles. Do you know why I am confident you are a strong young man, Cory?"
"Why?"
"Because you take responsibility for things that need to be done, and you care about the people who depend on you." Her eyes twinkled in celebration of him. "I've seen it. When your mother needed you to get food from the grocery store, you went. When your sister needed help with something, like her homework, you helped. When all of you needed a meal to eat, You made it happen by cooking.
But I've done that ever since I was 6.
She smiled broadly.
Yes, and I am very proud of you for it.
You see what needs to be done, and you do it. That has a lot more to do with being a man than any level of physical prowess. This was a strange idea to Cory. He liked it, but it was very different. Had he been a man this whole time, even while he was a boy? It clashed with his father's perspective so much Cory had difficulty accepting the idea. However, excitement bubbled up in his heart as the truth of her words started to sink in.
Cory? Is that you?
Celia came around the side of the armchair, clothed in one of the handmaiden's nightgowns. She rubbed her eyes.
Why are you in here?
Your brother and I were having a good conversation, said Lady Glimmer. Would you like to join us?
Sure.
Celia climbed onto the other side of Lady Glimmer, filling up the rest of the armchair. Lady Glimmer jingled one of her most soothing laughs. This is cosy. I get to sit between Cory and Celia Trivano by the fire. What a treat! Cory looked at Lady Glimmer's patient and loving face.
I wish you were our mother.
Me too, said Celia.
You care about us.
Lady Glimmer turned pink. I'm just glad you got to come here and meet my son and see my house. I've discovered an exceptional bond with you two. You are treasures to me, and that's never going to change. You can keep calling me Auntie. I like that term very much.
Okay, Auntie,
said Cory.
Auntie,
said Celia. Together, on the throne-like armchair, Cory, Celia, and Lady Glimmer watched the spirited flames dance inside the hearth as they chatted and laughed about their very special day. 12. Thamian the Good Friend. Cory and Celia found themselves under a different spell than they had originally expected from a magical land. They were under a spell of kindness. During the few sweet days of peace, Thamian taught Cory how to ride a winged horse. Starlight was not the only one in the stables. Thamian had a black and white spotted mare named Moonlight. Riding astride Moonlight, Thamian would charge down the beach, launch, and soar above the land and water with great skill. Cory tried to do the same, but he fell into the sea many times on takeoff. The water slapped his back when he fell, but that was the worst of it. Cory did not feel discouraged because Thamian would say, "Good work! I wasn't riding so well when I first learned." Nikias and Barrett also helped with Thamian's training. They took turns standing guard at the front door of the chateau. Whenever one of them was off duty, he would join Cory and Thamian and watch the riding or help with Thamian's other training, such as archery and sword fighting. Cory loved fighting hard with the wooden training swords on the beach, swatting the other on the side if he had won. Nikias, unfortunately, would snap at Cory and say he was doing it all wrong. Thamian always rose to Cory's defence. "Don't put him down, Nikias. Cory has a real talent for this." One afternoon, Nikias said to Cory, "I don't know why the Queen went off to get you and your sister. What makes you two so special?" Cory did not have a good answer. "Leave him alone," said Thamian as he returned to sword-fighting practice with Barrett. Later that evening, while Cory flipped through a book in his single bed and Thamian lay reading in his royal bed, Cory said, "You should be mean every now and then. You should call me dumb or stupid sometimes." Thamian chuckled.
Why? It's not true. Actually, I think you're pretty intelligent, Cory.
But you're not supposed to say that.
Cory shut his book with a snap and hid beneath his fur covers. A week after they had arrived in Lythéa, a hunched old man came to the chateau. He had deep wrinkles in his face and a scrutinizing gaze. He bowed low as he entered the great hall where all were gathered.
Hail, Queen of Lythéa, Mother of the Wounded, and Empress of the 5 Fjords.
Smiling broadly, Lady Glimmer placed her arm around the old man.
My dear friend General Devoy, your arrival brings me great joy. Please come out to the terrace and tell me everything.
Cory watched from the window as the old general spoke for several hours with Lady Glimmer and Thamian, who listened so attentively their eyes never glanced away. When the prince, the queen, and General Devoy re-entered the chateau at dinner-time, Cory overheard the general speak to Lady Glimmer.
It won't be long before he comes to find you, Your Majesty. We must solidify our plans.
I wholeheartedly agree, she replied. From this evening forward, I suggest we spend all our spare time in the library tower. We must not leave one detail unexamined. Her eyes travelled to Cory, eavesdropping in a hallway shadow. She moved her fingers just enough to beckon him to come out. As a host of scolding remarks formulated in General Devoy's wrinkles, Lady Glimmer said, "Cory, please come with us. It's time to prepare for dinner." Over the next few days, Thamian was very busy. He trained hard on the Crescent Beach from dawn until lunchtime and focused on battle plans all afternoon in the library with Lady Glimmer and General Devoy. During this time, Cory came to believe that Thamian was the coolest person he had ever met. Whenever Cory got a chance to speak with him, Thamian listened with bright eyes that shone like his mother's, valuing every word Cory shared. This was one of the main reasons Cory felt like he could tell Thamian anything at all. Indeed, Cory had a secret wish that he wanted to tell. This confidential longing became especially prominent after Cory had a conversation with the lead handmaiden, Angelique. The two of them stood on the terrace one morning, watching Thamian soar above the waves astride moonlight. The handmaidens wore lavender that day, and it suited Angelique extremely well. Her silver headband made sure her thin crowning cloth did not blow away, but it didn't stop the wind from dancing through her shimmering brown hair. Worry pressed heavily upon her brow, without marring her beauty in the least. "How old are you?" Cory asked.
17,
she replied. "How long have you been a handmaiden to the Queen?"
"Since I was 13. My family is from a small village in the mountains, 2 days' journey from the capital fortress, Crawley Castle. My parents and I embarked on a quest to fulfill my dream of meeting King Armand and the great lady who was his wife. I had heard many tales about her in my childhood."
Angelique looked directly at Cory.
"I don't know what she has told you about herself, but the Queen is the greatest woman in all of Lythéa. Her magical laugh soothes grief and allays the lonely heart. A word from her lips comforts the most troubled soul. Even those with a disease of the mind are calmed and gladdened by the sight of her face. My younger sister died at 7 years old. I could not recover from the loss, no matter how hard I tried. I entreated my parents to let me visit the capital and see if I could join the service of the Queen. They consented and accompanied me on that rigorous quest. When we arrived at Crawley Castle and gained admittance into the throne room, I saw the legendary golden oak throne for the first time. We bowed low before the king and the queen. They showed us unbelievable hospitality. Angelique giggled. The queen was much more human than I had expected. What do you mean? I'm not saying she didn't live up to the tales. On the contrary, she was beautiful. Her laugh was the sound of magic, and her words were balm to my soul. Angelique paused for a moment as the wind spiraled around her headcloth. She was human because she understood my pain. She treated my parents and me to tea in her fabled strawberry garden, where we became acquainted with the Queen of Lythéa. I only wanted to serve somewhere in the castle as a cook or a gardener, but she offered me a position as one of her personal handmaidens. If I am a good woman, I owe it to her. Many do not know this next part about her, but I feel I should tell you. Angelique stared at Cory as if reassuring herself that she was making the right decision. The Queen's senses are attuned to all living things that meet her. It is said that she can feel the emotions of a flower and hear the trees reach for the sun. This is true, but only of plants she has touched. Her relationships with people are much stronger. She forms a bond with all people she embraces. If she has ever come to know you, or just given you one hug, she can sense every flight and dive of your emotions. Her connection with you will never end, Cory, no matter how great the distance of time or space. Whoa, Cory exclaimed. I always thought there was something different about her, something that set her apart from normal people. I've wondered ever since I met her, is she a magical being, even without the scepter? Angelique lowered her head. I cannot tell you anything about her family history or her childhood. That is for her to tell only. But you've known her for so long. Haven't you seen any flaws in her? Any imperfections? After you've spent so much time with her, you must have noticed something that makes her human, like you said. Angelique nodded slowly as they watched Thamian land on the beach and dismount. I cannot tell you any specifics. I will say it's an honour to know a person well enough that you can identify their idiosyncrasies. Cory didn't know what idiosyncrasies were, but he did know he liked Angelique more than a friend. Unfortunately, she was nearly 5 years older. He was too embarrassed to confide in his sister, and he certainly didn't want Barrett or Nikias to find out. But he wanted to tell Thamian. One afternoon, Lady Glimmer, Thamian, and General Devoy emerged from the library after only 1 hour. We could all use a break today, said Lady Glimmer. A good rest is wisdom in itself. Barrett and Nikias were both stationed at the front door because General Devoy expected an attack of some sort very soon. Thamian and Cory decided to go down to the Crescent Beach for a refreshing swim. Can I tell you something? Cory began as they descended the steep cliff stairwell. Definitely, Thamian replied in his well-wishing manner. I like Angelique. She's an amazing young woman, isn't she? Yeah. Do you think she's too old for me? Thamian chuckled. Perhaps. Are you sure you want to marry a woman from our land? Yes, said Cory decisively. The girls here are so much more, I don't know, more attractive? The women in my land don't wear dresses much, and they aren't as nice. Ha, that must be very different. Thamian squinted in the sunlight as they stepped onto the warm sand. Do you want to swim out to the sandbar where you entered Lythéa? We could catch a glimpse of your town. Can we do that? Really? Yes, if you want to. It's a bit of a journey, though. As they made their way through the crystal clear water,
Cory thought of his mother and father. He missed them. He wondered where his mother was, and whether his father had missed him too. Just when Cory felt like he could swim no further, they arrived at the sandbar and crawled onto it. The water was only 2 feet deep. "Now we need to find the rock," said Damien. He spread out his fingers and felt around in the sand. "Ah, there it is." "Where?" Cory stared at the sand. "I don't see it." "Right here." Damien pointed, stood up, and beckoned for Cory to do the same. "Only put 1 foot on the rock, not both, or you will go right back to the mountain. That would be bitterly cold, dressed as we are. I used to swim out here as a child. One time, I went all the way to the other side. It took everything I had to get back here without freezing to death." "Okay, I'll be careful." Cory steadied himself on 1 foot and felt around with the other until it hit the rock. He saw a flash of snow and felt a surge of tingling in his big toe. He took a deep breath, glanced at Damien's reassuring look, and placed his whole foot on the rock. It was like peering through a window made of slowly falling water. A cold gust nipped Cory's face. His eyes grew teary, but he forced himself to open them. He saw the white snow of the mountain peak just before him, the steep slope, and his town resting quietly below. There it was, the home he had known his whole life. He missed it. He missed the walks to school and the view of the mountain upon which he stood. He missed his frequent visits to the grocery store and Miss Adona's cookies. But more than anything, he missed his parents. He wanted to see his mother's smile as she said, "Hey, baby." He wanted to hear his strong father enter the apartment and complain about work. He knew his parents weren't together anymore, and that was very sad and strange. But he wanted to see them both again and tell them about his time in Lythéa. He hoped his father hadn't moved as well. That would be too much change. "Is he lonely without us?" Cory wondered hopefully. "Does he miss us?" The icy wind was now more than Cory could bear. He stepped back. Tears streamed down his numb cheeks. Cory dropped down into the water and rinsed them off before Damien noticed. His eyes stung as the tears washed away. Damien tapped him on the shoulder. Cory lifted his head, wiped off his cheeks, and faced him. "What did you see?" asked Damien. Cory shrugged. "I saw my old hometown. It looks okay." "The view is spectacular, isn't it?" "Did you think about your parents?" "Yeah. I miss my dad. He's very strong, and he's a boss at his job. He works for a construction company. The people under him obey his orders and the projects get done. I always wanted to be a hard worker and earn money like my dad." "Those are good qualities," said Damien. "But Cory, whilst you were looking, I noticed a long scar on your back. How did you get it?" Cory reached his arm around and felt the scar. "Oh, yeah. I always forget about that one. My dad hit me with the wrong end of his belt one time." "He was hitting your back," said Damien solemnly. "Why did he do that?" "I don't remember," Cory replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "I think I was around 5 years old, so it was a long time ago." Damien didn't respond, but he started blinking rapidly until a tear dripped from his eye. Cory gasped. "Are you crying? Quick, wash it off." Damien didn't move. "But why? A man needs to feel. Tears are good, Cory, when they come at the right time. I think this is one of those times." Cory was about to argue, but a shadow passed overhead. "What's that?" Just as Damien looked up, A huge creature swooped down and clutched him with a clawed foot, knocking Cory to the water. Cory stood up and wiped his eyes. He searched the sky and saw a 3-headed dragon flapping away. "Damien!" Cory shouted. "Damien!" 13. Pursuit. Cory scrambled back to shore. He lifted his head too soon and inhaled a cold gulp of seawater. He half choked, barely treading water. When his coughing subsided, Cory pressed on and made it to the Crescent Beach. Panting heavily, Cory collapsed on the shore and gazed up at the sky. He saw the dragon, small as a bird in the distance, until it turned and passed out of view. "Oh no! Oh no!" Pain nipped his side. "Ow! Oh no! They took Damien! I have to tell someone!" Cory tugged his shirt back on. As he ran for the cliff stairs, a winged burgundy horse flew just above the beach, directly in front of him. Before he knew it, a strong arm pulled him onto the horse. Cory felt himself sliding as he watched the water grow farther and farther away beneath him, but the strong arm kept him in place. "Cory, hold the base of Starlight's wings," said the voice of Lady Glimmer. "Yes, my queen." Cory had never used the term before, but now it seemed appropriate. Pressing his head into the bristly mane, Cory reached down and grasped Starlight's wings with each hand, right at the horse's side. He felt thick muscles flex beneath the soft feathers as Starlight's great wings forced the air downward with mighty pushes. "Do you have a secure hold?" Lady Glimmer spoke into his left ear, above the sound of the rushing wind. "Yes." Cory looked back, catching only a glimpse of green fabric embroidered with golden vines. "What's happening?" "I saw the dragon take Damien. Its name is Drykopf, Count Morto's infamous beast with 3 heads. We are pursuing them." "Okay," Cory breathed as his heart raced. "There, I see them." Lady Glimmer pointed with the braided sceptre in her right hand. Cory leaned sideways to get a clear view. There, flying toward a cloud, was Drykopf, thrusting its jagged wings up and down. The right foot curled into its body, while the left foot clutched the form of a person. "I see Damien," Cory declared. "He is alive," said Lady Glimmer. "I can sense him. Do you see the rider as well?" Cory squinted through the cold air. As they neared the dragon, Cory could barely distinguish a person crouched between the dragon's shoulders. He was hooded and cloaked in black. "Only one person ever rides Drykopf, Count Morto." "What should we do?" "We must delay their progress." Lady Glimmer circled the sceptre above her head, catching a ring of mist, and flung the ring at a storm cloud. The cloud formation transformed into the shape of a flying horse, large as a mountain and fair as snow. Drykopf screeched and jerked back. The cloud horse pressed its magnificent wings inward, over both Drykopf and Starlight. Cory looked up as one feather of cloud changed to rain. Now they were caught in a cold and misty deluge. "That should delay them," said Lady Glimmer. "But we need to see." She pointed the sceptre just above Starlight's head, creating a straight tunnel through the cloud. At the end, a disoriented and angry Drykopf roared its 3 heads and spit fire in protest. "We've got them," said Lady Glimmer. "Starlight, go!" Starlight folded his wings, and they plunged down the tunnel, falling ever faster. Cory's stomach rammed into his lungs as he held onto Starlight's wings with all his might. Cory thought they would hit the dragon, but at the last minute, Starlight dropped beneath the dragon. With her left arm still wrapped around Cory and holding Starlight's mane, Lady Glimmer raised the sceptre in her right hand. Damien had a look of desperation. He wiggled and stopped, indicating that he could not break free from Drykopf's talons.
and then a wave of pain overwhelmed his face.
"He is wounded,"
said Lady Glimmer. Suddenly, Starlight spread out his wings, and they lurched backwards, away from Damien and the dragon. The cloaked rider looked at them. He pulled off his hood, exposing a face twisted with arrogance and hatred. He sneered and turned the dragon away into the mist. Lady Glimmer whirled the sceptre above their heads. All the clouds and mist vanished, revealing the landscape of forest, hills, and rocks beneath them. As Starlight panted heavily, flying in place, Cory and Lady Glimmer watched the dragon grow closer and closer to a distant castle. 14. Escape. Cory, Starlight, and Lady Glimmer silently returned to the chateau, landing by the front entrance. Lady Glimmer offered Starlight a few lumps of sugar with her hand. Starlight nickered gratefully and licked up the sweet treat.
"Oh, my sugar, it's so good. Thank you."
"You did very well today, Starlight, my loyal steed. Please stay out here and guard the chateau. Come to me at once if you see anything amiss." Starlight bowed to Lady Glimmer, spreading out his dazzling reddish-brown wings.
"Yes, Your Majesty, I will do that."
Starlight trotted to the front steps, where he stood tall and alert. Lady Glimmer reached behind her, taking hold of Cory's hand.
"Come, my dear Cory, let's go inside and warm up. Our journey was cold and harsh, especially for you, since you had just gone swimming."
Cory felt a pang of guilt at the word swimming. None of this would have happened if he hadn't gone out to the sandbar with Damien.
"Auntie,"
Cory mumbled as they entered the front door and passed through the hallway. "Yes, Cory," she said without looking back.
I'm so sorry,"
he stammered. She whirled around and knelt to his level.
"Now, what do you have to be sorry about?" "It was my fault,"
he blurted out, his words half choking him.
"We swam to the sandbar so I could look at my hometown. If we hadn't gone there, the dragon wouldn't have taken Damien."
Lady Glimmer placed her warm hand on Cory's shoulder. "Listen to me, Cory. Listen very carefully."
"Okay."
Damien's kidnapping was not your fault.
"But it was, though,"
said Cory heavily. "No, it was not your fault. You could not have known that a quick swim would place Damien and you into such peril." She wrapped her warm palms around Cory's chilled fingers. "Oh, Cory, do not allow guilt to burden you today. Our cause is not lost. This event marks the beginning of our fight against Count Morto. He will not kill Damien. Morto will only hold him hostage. Do not give in to despair. All right?" Cory remained silent. "Please, Cory, reassure me. You will not despair." She squeezed his hands. "You will hold on to hope with a steadfast grip." Cory took a deep breath.
"Okay, I will not despair."
"Thank you." She stood. "Come, we must tell the others." All were sombre in the great hall as Lady Glimmer shared the news. Barrett, Felicity, Angelique, General Devoy, and Celia were gathered with Cory and Lady Glimmer, but Nikias was nowhere to be found. General Devoy's wrinkles formed severe lines on his aged head.
"That young guard, Nikias, abandoned his post right before this happened."
Barrett nodded. "It must have been around the same time Cory and Damien headed down to the Crescent Beach. I asked Nikias where he was going as he walked away into the forest. 'Don't worry about it,' he said. 'I'll return in a minute.' But he did not return." "So Nikias was the traitor in our midst," said Lady Glimmer, sounding quite unsurprised. Swathed in a countenance of fury mingled with suffering, Angelique leapt to her feet.
My queen, you knew Nicias was not loyal to you.
Lady Glimmer surveyed Angelique before answering. Yes, I knew. Angelique threw out her arms.
Then why would you allow him to be one of your 2 guards here at the chateau when there are hundreds of men in the place of hiding who would have died before betraying you or Damien?
Sad but calm, Lady Glimmer replied, Because I firmly believe in giving the benefit of the doubt. I regularly grant 2nd and 3rd chances. Angelique dug her hands into her face and crashed to the floor.
Please, great Queen of Lythéa, Mother of the Wounded, Empress of the 5 Fjords, may I speak more honestly than a mere handmaiden has a right?
Yes, of course, Angelique, said Lady Glimmer. Please be quite frank. You are so much more than a handmaiden to me. You are one of my closest friends. Why would you address me with my titles, you who know my very first name? Why are you being so distant?
Because I am pleading with you to recognize the gravity of the situation. Damien, your only son and heir, might be dead right now. I believe you were very, very wrong to keep Nicias in your service when you suspected him of such disloyalty.
General Devoy scowled at Angelique.
How dare you criticize the choices of the Queen? How dare you blame her? This was the fault of Nicias and Count Morto. You should be punished this very moment for your disloyalty. She is also called the Queen of Kindness. You should hope she shows kindness now.
Lady Glimmer sat quietly for a long moment. Angelique, please, rise to your feet and sit here beside me. Angelique wiped the tears from her eyes and obeyed. You are buried beneath powerful grief. Lady Glimmer put her hand on Angelique's face. Climb out of your grave of sorrow. I need you. Do you resent me for my choices so much that you will not trust me? I may ask a great deal from you over the course of this week, but how can I, if you do not even trust me? Angelique sobbed and exhaled, and then sobbed again, before gaining control of herself.
I will trust you, Lady Glimmer. You have given me countless second chances over the last 4 years. Please forgive me for wishing you did not show mercy to someone else. Please, do not take your love from me.
You still have my love, sweet angel of the north. Lady Glimmer formed a precious smile on her lips, which comforted Cory as well. A shadow passed beyond the window, and something clunked on the terrace. What's that? Barrett hurried to investigate. He returned with a thick letter of grainy paper. It's for you, my queen. Lady Glimmer unfolded the mysterious package. She lifted 3 black claws into view and set them on the side table. She read the enclosed letter aloud. To the Queen of Lythéa. Prince Damien is safely locked in the dungeons of Tyrlee Castle. He will not be harmed. Please come to the throne room unaccompanied, where we can discuss my proposition. Otherwise, his life will slowly drip into Heltermont Field. You have 3 days. Count Morto.
3 days.
Lady Glimmer exhaled and placed the letter on the side table, atop the 3 claws. With a loud snap, the claws shot across the great hall, lighting pockets of blood-red flame in 3 corners of the room. Felicity screamed, and Celia put her hands over her ears. Everyone jumped to their feet. Barrett ran outside and back with a bucket of water from the stream. He poured it over the flames closest to the lounge. Instead of dousing the fire, the water scattered the one flame into dozens, igniting the sofas into towers of red.
What?
Barrett exclaimed. Lady Glimmer stepped back.
This is abyss fire. I've dealt with it before. I cannot extinguish it with my sceptre, or anything we possess.
Her eyes widened.
There is nothing we can do.
She grabbed Celia's hand and tugged her over to Cory.
Barrett, bring Moonlight to the cave as fast as you can. Run! Felicity, Angelique, take Cory and Celia to the cave right now. General, to the cave.
But what about you?
General Devoy spluttered.
I will get Starlight and one item. Go. But now.
The General finally listened. Everyone dashed off. The flames hissed and cracked, rising faster than any normal fire. They licked the ceiling like ravenous devils, consuming everything in their path. Cory held tightly onto Celia's hand as he pulled her down the hallway. He nearly slipped when they descended the stairs into the cave with the small pool. Barrett entered, leading Thamian's winged mare, the black and white spotted Moonlight, down to the damp sand of the cave.
What is the problem?
Moonlight asked in her cooing, dove-like voice.
The chateau is burning down from abyss fire,
Barrett answered quickly.
What's taking her so long?
Angelique groaned.
What could she possibly be doing?
The Queen can protect herself, said General Devoy. She has the sceptre.
The door to the cave opened. The sounds of snapping and swirling increased until Lady Glimmer's green dress came into view and the door closed. She waved the sceptre over the door, which seemed to change into stone and fasten itself to the wall, vanquishing all the gaps.
Ah, that's better,
said Lady Glimmer as she carefully stepped down into the cave.
We are safe from the flames for the time being.
A jab of panic swept through Cory.
Where's Starlight?
Lady Glimmer lifted her necklace for all to see the winged horse ornament.
Right here. I need Starlight to be safe and easily transportable. In fact, Moonlight, would you mind becoming an ornament as well? It would help immensely.
If it has to be, she replied, raising her long neck and ruffling her spotted wings.
Thank you.
Holding open one hand, Lady Glimmer flicked the sceptre. Moonlight shrank and spun and sparkled. She whizzed through the air, landing in the Queen's palm as a tiny metallic figurine.
That was efficient, said Barrett.
Indeed.
Lady Glimmer strung the new Moonlight horse ornament onto her golden chain, where it reposed beside Starlight and a tiny picture frame.
What's the other thing on your necklace?
Cory asked. Lady Glimmer looked him straight in the eyes, as if she had been caught stealing cookies.
It is the reason I took so long.
After changing Starlight into an ornament, I raced to my bedroom and retrieved one item, the portrait of my late husband, Armand. She tilted her head.
Will you forgive me for this act of sentimentality in a time of such great danger?
Of course, said Cory, surprised by the question. Lady Glimmer looked up at the group.
I must apologize to all of you. I did not allow you to salvage any possessions, yet I collected the portrait of Armand. Will you pardon my selfishness?
She stared at Angelique in particular.
Without hesitation, said General Devoy. The chateau was your home, and you are our queen. You have every right to retrieve whatever you wish. However,
he pointed a finger at Lady Glimmer like a scolding grandfather.
I do not appreciate how you put yourself into danger. We are here to protect you, Your Majesty. How can we do that if you run off by yourself?
Like a girl aware of her wrongdoing, Lady Glimmer lowered her head and looked at the General with penitent eyes.
I'm so sorry, my most loyal friend. I will not do it again.
Good.
General Devoy sat down and frowned, as if suddenly realizing he had just scolded the Queen of Lythéa.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
I'm afraid we cannot tarry another second, said Lady Glimmer, approaching the rowboat resting in the sand beside an enormous boulder. Barrett and Cory, please help me push the boat into the water. Cory and Barrett rushed past Lady Glimmer. They grasped both sides of the boat and shoved it into the pool. Lady Glimmer gestured toward the boat. My friends, please climb into the watercraft. General, you first. Everyone got up. Barrett helped General Devoy step inside the wobbly boat. Where are we going? Cory asked, as he picked up Celia and placed her onto the middle bench. There is only one place we can go, said Lady Glimmer. The underground lakes of Rethero, the sea serpent. 15. Rethero. While Barrett started pulling the 2 oars through the glowing white shards in the water beneath the rowboat, Celia asked, Who is Rethero, Auntie? Lady Glimmer placed her arm around Celia, who sat beside her on the wooden bench, back to back with Barrett in the middle of the boat. Rethero is the largest sea serpent in history. Long ago, Thamian's great-grandfather, King Stern, fought Rethero on the ocean. The battle raged long and hard, but King Stern thought up a clever plan. He pretended to race away to shore on his mighty ship, using this sceptre. She held up the braided stick, to keep Rethero temporarily at bay. When they reached the tunnel entrance, Lady Glimmer's golden crown illuminated, casting just enough light to see ahead. At the same time, Barrett pulled the oars into the boat and stowed them in the sides. Your crown is a lamp, Celia commented. Yes, said Lady Glimmer. The crown symbolizes what a good ruler should be, a guiding light of leadership and reassurance. From his position sitting beside General Devoy on the last bench, Cory gazed behind them. The dim torchlight from the chateau cave faded rapidly. Cory felt trapped. He wanted to go back to the cave and just wait out the fire, but he couldn't. He squinted at the tunnel ceiling, searching for some hole that might lead to the surface. How are we moving forward without the oars? Cory asked, his voice echoing much louder than he intended. Lady Glimmer glanced back, smiling. The current flows away from the pool beneath the chateau. The water will take us to the underground lakes. What happened to King Stern? Celia inquired. Ah, yes, back to the story, Lady Glimmer continued. King Stern's ship was sleek and fast. He and his crew barely made it to Heltermot Fjord before Rethero. Once they were quite near the shore, King Stern leaned against the edge of his ship and shouted to Rethero. Great serpent, you have chased us and chased us. We can flee no longer. At last you have seen reason, said Rethero as he raised his huge fishy head above the water. Give me the scepter, and I will spare your lives. You forget, King Stern declared. We are men of the land, and you are a creature of the sea. Or at least, you were. King Stern clenched the scepter with both hands and shot a blast at the edge of Heltermot Fjord. Rethero tried to squirm away, but the rocks of the shore reached out like hands and captured the evil serpent, forcing him into a cave. A rock slide crashed over the cave entrance. With a jab of the scepter, King Stern sealed the rocks together. He then addressed his crew. Rethero will remain beneath the hills of Lythéa
until he dies of old age. He will not see the light of the sun or taste ocean water. He is now a cave serpent." The crew cheered enthusiastically. They sang joyful songs as they rowed up the fjord and to the docks of Tearley City, where King Stern hosted a well-deserved feast celebrating their newfound safety. A cold voice hissed. Felicity gasped and covered her mouth. Angelique jolted and Barrett froze. "It's him," General Devoy breathed. "A humorous tale deserves a laugh," said the cold voice from somewhere nearby. The crown's light pulsed brighter atop Lady Glimmer's head, revealing more of the tunnel in front of them, but no serpent. "Where are you, Rethero?" Lady Glimmer asked. "You will see me when I want to be seen, little queen," the voice rumbled. "What brings the Empress of the 5 Fjords into my deep darkness? I have not yet received word of this, and I am usually the first to learn about everything that happens in Lythéa. Tell me, and I will allow you to pass down the next tunnel." Lady Glimmer sighed. "Count Morto set fire to the chateau." "Abyss fire?" "Yes," Lady Glimmer confirmed. "Then pass on." The water beneath the boat flowed faster. Cory's stomach lurched as they suddenly dropped, sliding violently to the left and to the right. Celia screamed. Lady Glimmer's crown almost hit the cave ceiling, and then they stopped.
"Thank goodness we're alive,"
Angelique panted.
"How did he know about the abyss fire?"
Cory asked General Devoy in the quietest voice he could manage. "Speak louder, Cory Trivano," Rethero growled. "There is no whispering in my cave. Present your question." Cory panted heavily, wondering how in the world Rethero knew his name.
I was just asking how you knew about the abyss fire."
"Because it was my idea," said Rethero. "Count Morto is no magician, but I am. I have the knowledge of all 5 provinces of Lythéa around the 5 fjords. I have the strength of the tall men of Heltermot. I have the magic of the winged creatures of Fairy Shore. I have the skill of the dwarfs of Carnicap. I have the cunning serpent mind of the Sinisterians. I have even dabbled in the power of ice and snow, like the northerners of Scardia." Cory's mind raced. What were all these places? No one had told him about the 5 provinces of Lythéa. Not Thamian, Angelique, or Barrett, and certainly not Lady Glimmer. Cory looked up at the glowing crown atop Lady Glimmer's corn-yellow braids and wavy locks. Who was she, really? "This surprises you?" Rethero hissed. "Yes. The Queen has done nothing but withhold information from you, Cory Trivano. She even neglected to tell you a key part of her story. After King
Stern imprisoned me in these caverns beneath Heltermot province, he built a long tunnel from Tierley City to my great lake. Every fortnight he pleaded for my advice on all matters of state. Oh yes, King Stern loved conversing with me, the so-called evil serpent. Cory's heart pounded. He couldn't think. He only wanted to be quiet until the cold voice stopped talking to him. "Let us pass, Rethero," said Lady Glimmer, slowly lifting the sceptre. Just ahead, two beautiful amber eyes, the size of platters, blazed for half a second, blinked, and disappeared. "You wish to proceed further?" "Yes, you may." The boat began to move once more, along with the racing, bubbling water beneath them.
"Not again!"
cried Angelique. They dropped and turned and curved, nearly tipping over completely. The boat splashed to a halt, and everyone gasped. They had arrived in a grand underground lake. It stretched far and wide into unfathomed darkness. The place seemed to be a world of its own.
"Ah!"
Angelique and Felicity screamed. Cory jumped off the bench and nearly fell into the water. There before them was Rethero's massive head. He had a face like a tiger, with a mane of 9 fin-like rings, rippling as he flaunted his countless teeth. But Rethero's body frightened Cory the most. It was a living pipe of gills and scales, 10 feet tall and 7 feet wide. His body zigzagged like an endless snake, from the far end of the lake all the way to the boat. "You've grown since last we met," Lady Glimmer commented. Rethero growled, his layers of teeth reflecting the light from Lady Glimmer's crown. "Indeed. Look at you in your little boat with your little group of the favoured few. 2 handmaidens. The castle cat told me about you. Felicity and Angelique." His head grew closer. "Oh, your eyes are better than a book cover, Angelique. Your concern for Prince Thamian is much more than a loyal handmaiden's. You are in love with him. Oh, this story is older than the glaciers. An admiring servant girl and a prince who will never return her affections. What a pathetic life you lead, waiting for him to look your way. Humiliated, Angelique shrank into the boat. "And you, the man with the oars, Barrett," Rethero began. "No, you're not worth my time. Your secrets aren't interesting enough." His amber eyes flashed even closer toward Cory. "But you, little Mr. Trivano, you are a feast of fear and secrets. You wish you could be part of the Glimmer family, don't you? You think Lady Glimmer loves you. Don't be fooled. You and your sister are mere toys, temporary playthings that she will toss away. Mark my words, Lady Glimmer will cast you out in the darkness where you will never again be loved." "Rethero, stop," Lady Glimmer started to say, but he cut her off. and best of all, Rethero glared at Lady Glimmer in utter mockery. The Mother of the Wounded. Oh, that title is well suited to you, little queen. The castle cat told me that your son is deeply wounded. Yes, very wounded. By now he has been whipped, lash after lash. Soon you won't be the mother of the wounded. You will be the mother of the dead. Thamian's blood will stain the circle of heads.
Enough of your lies!
Angelique reached back, stole Barrett's sword, and leapt into the dark lake. As Rethero's hissing laugh echoed over the entire underground lake, Cory made an impulsive decision. He cried, "Angelique!" and plunged into the water after her. Inky blackness surrounded him. He glimpsed Angelique, but as he tried to swim after her, Rethero used his flat tail to create a wave that smacked him under.
This was a bad idea,
Cory thought as he tumbled around in the pitch-black water.
I'm not helping anybody. I'll never reach Angelique. Rethero is too powerful. I will drown here, half believing everything he told me.
But somehow, Cory found his way to the surface. Lady Glimmer's hair streamed behind her, emanating like a river of golden stars. She pointed her sceptre at Rethero, who focused on her as he bent his neck into a sharp curve. In an amplified voice, Lady Glimmer said to the monster, "Of heavenly bodies you were named, of heavenly bodies you were born. On the wings of midnight you will fly, as constellations you will soar." Lady Glimmer made a tossing motion with her free hand, and two objects shot into the air. They grew ever larger as they twirled and glistened. Rethero coiled and hissed, his gaze now fixed on the objects. Cory thought he saw the horse heads of Moonlight and Starlight near the cave ceiling, but when he blinked, there was an enormous bear and lion instead. They were 10 times larger than a normal bear and lion, and they were transparent, with bright shining stars at their shoulders, paws and tails, and in their eyes. Cory could see right through them, as if they were made from celestial veils. Not wasting any time, Rethero opened his massive jaws and engulfed 1/3 of the bear, who squealed and squirmed. The lion pounced onto Rethero's head and swiped at one of his amber eyes. Rethero shrieked, releasing the bear, who quickly bounded away. Angered by pain, Rethero wriggled his extensive body, creating huge waves in the black lake. Cory tumbled once again. He was pushed and tugged and swung around by the inky water. But this time he did not despair. He held his breath, trusting that Lady Glimmer would save Angelique and him from drowning. When Cory came up for air once again, loud noises of screeching, roaring, hissing and splashing filled the chamber. Cory wiped his eyes, struggling to stay above the turbulent water. The bear was clamped down on Rethero's middle, biting him with starry teeth. The lion wrapped his clawed paws around Rethero's neck, just behind his fin-like mane. Exploding with fury, Rethero writhed and hissed, creating more and more waves. But one sound rose above the chaos. "Rethero, enemy of peace and love and light," said Lady Glimmer's voice. "I hereby alter the sentence King Stern placed on you. From this day forth, you are banished from the kingdom of Lythéa and all its fjords and provinces. Return to the sea from whence you came. You are a mile in length, and so you shall never again come within a mile's distance of the shores of Lythéa." Lady Glimmer circled the sceptre all the way around the boat, catching light from her luminescent hair. The light twirled into a 7-point star, touched the end of the sceptre, and launched into Retherow's face. "Starlight! Moonlight! Let go!" Lady Glimmer commanded. The lion and the bear instantly obeyed, vaulting off Retherrow like gazelles fleeing a predator. Retherrow hissed and coiled, resisting the great power overcoming him. "Hail, Mother of the Wounded!" Retherrow spit out the words in the most hateful tone Cory had ever heard. "No matter what you do," he screeched, "Thamian's blood will stain the circle of heads." Although Retherrow resisted with all his strength, Lady Glimmer's power was too great. He twisted into a 9-levelled coil and vanished. 16. Respite.
"Cory,"
Lady Glimmer called out.
"over here. Just a few more arm lengths."
The light from the golden crown illuminated his way. Cory kicked the chilling water with exhausted legs. He took 2 last feeble strokes and thrust his hand onto the edge of the boat. "Let me help you." Barrett clutched both of Cory's forearms, raised him out of the water, and set him in the boat beside a shivering Angelique. She looked extremely distraught.
"Oh, Barrett, I'm so sorry,"
Angelique wailed.
"I lost your sword. Didn't your father give it to you on the day you left home?"
He nodded.
"How can I ever make it up to you?"
"There's no need." Lady Glimmer waved her sceptre above the black lake, and out popped a silver-twisted handle, attached to a sleek double-edged blade. Barrett snapped his fingers around the handle as if he were catching a key to freedom. Angelique blinked rapidly, but her mood remained the same.
"Cory, we were such fools. What on earth did we think we could do out in the water? We should have stayed in the boat and relied on our queen."
"I jumped out to help you," said Cory, as Felicity draped a thick blanket over his shoulders.
"Okay, then. I should have stayed in the boat."
Angelique faced Lady Glimmer, her features heavy with remorse.
"Oh, my queen, dear as a mother, can you forgive me for my impulsive foolishness? I should have trusted you and allowed you to handle the situation, which you did magnificently."
Lady Glimmer donned a weary smile. "Thank you, Angelique. Impulse has its place, but it is best when balanced with a generous portion of wisdom. You and Cory are alive. That's what matters." As Barrett paddled the boat toward the cliff on the far side of the lake, Cory felt a pang of worry. "Where's Starlight and Moonlight?" "Just ahead." Lady Glimmer gestured with her sceptre, and a ray of light revealed 2 winged horses standing nobly on the edge of the cliff, one reddish-brown and the other black and white spotted.
"Starlight!"
Celia cried. "You're okay."
"Yeah, indeed," the horse whinnied. "We both are."
The boat slid to a stop at a damp and deformed stairwell. "Take care," said Lady Glimmer. "Make sure your footing is secure before you take a step." Everyone departed from the boat, and not a single person thought it was too soon. Cory felt thoroughly relieved once both his feet landed on the first stone step. He wanted to get as far away from the Black Lake as he could, and never ever encounter water in a cave again. When they met up with the horses at the top of the cliff, Celia rushed to Starlight and embraced his burgundy neck.
"I can't believe you're okay. And Moonlight, I thought Retherrow bit you in half."
"I thought so too, ma chérie," Moonlight cooed. "But his teeth could not harm me while I was a constellation." "That made us feel so empowered,"
Starlight interjected.
Oh, I liked being a great big lion. Did you see the time when I slashed his eyes with my claws?
Yes, I saw it, said Cory.
Wasn't it so exciting?
You both did an excellent job, said Lady Glimmer. I intend to reward you this very evening with roasted oats and sugar cubes. Starlight and Moonlight whinnied happily, stomping their feet. All of us need to warm up and refresh ourselves with food and sleep. Lady Glimmer looked directly at Cory. These caves are deep beneath the hills of Heltermot. Seldom does any warmth enter here. Follow me. The light from her shining crown accompanied Lady Glimmer as she headed down an obscure tunnel to their right. Without a single word or question, everyone followed her. Cory did his best to stay close by her side. Here we are. Lady Glimmer pointed her sceptre into a small opening. This will do perfectly. As they filed into the alcove, ducking beneath the low-hanging arch, Cory glanced around at the coarse walls and the jagged stone floor. Cory and Celia scooted to the back when Starlight and Moonlight squeezed through the entrance.
At least it's big enough,
he whispered to his sister.
I think Lady Glimmer will change it,
Celia replied.
Just watch.
Lady Glimmer flashed a pleased look at Celia. Suddenly, her crown stopped glowing, and all was pitch black. 5 seconds later, a bolt struck the cave wall, and a fireplace appeared. It had crackling flames, an old-fashioned brick oven, and polished cherrywood mantel. A clock floated down to the top of the mantel and began ticking softly. Just above it, a painting seemed to rise out of the wall, depicting a beautiful field of magenta flowers and tall tree trunks. In the middle of the field sat a little brown-haired boy, clothed in silver and blue. Lady Glimmer whirled around and shot a spark at the adjoining wall. 3 beds appeared like a stack of books. Wood posts stretched up between the beds, making a cosy 3-levelled bunk. Lady Glimmer glanced at the opposite wall, and another 3-bed bunk appeared. Before anyone could marvel at her handiwork, Lady Glimmer gathered her skirts together in one hand and held out her sceptre in the other. And then she danced across the floor with the sceptre as if it was her partner, swooping her skirts over the jagged stones. She glided to the far corner of the cavernous room and then to the other. She twirled between Cory and Celia, past General Devoy and Angelique, around Barrett and Felicity, and right up to Starlight and Moonlight, who both nickered merrily as she kissed their noses. And then Felicity gasped, Celia squealed, Barrett grinned broadly, and General Devoy spluttered, "Blah, blah, I say." Cory was so flabbergasted, Lady Glimmer was dancing with the sceptre that he neglected to look at the floor. But when he did, he drew a delighted breath. In place of jagged rocks, the entire floor was cloaked in a lavish carpet. And there in the centre was an astonishing representation of Rethero being attacked by a bear and lion.
What beautiful artwork,
Felicity complimented. Thank you, said Lady Glimmer. Barrett, would you mind going back to the lake and gathering at least 3 fish? I believe several were washed ashore during the ordeal. Don't you think they would make a nice supper for us all? The meal was quickly prepared inside the cosy fireplace. They all sat cross-legged on the grand carpet and dined on roasted fish, dried berries, and soft pretzels that Felicity and Angelique had rescued from the chateau. Nothing could have been more delicious after such a completely overwhelming day. Starlight and Moonlight stood in the corner, contentedly munching large sacks of roasted oats. Every now and then, Starlight neighed.
Oh, this is very good.
When Angelique was half done with her pretzel, she cleared her throat and asked,
Lady Glimmer, was anything Rethero said true? Particularly what he said about me?
Lady Glimmer took a sip of lake water. Would you rather discuss this later in a more private setting? Angelique shrugged.
What's the point? We all heard him. Can you help me sort out the truth from the lies?
Very well. Lady Glimmer gazed soft-heartedly at Angelique. Thamian's heart is not with you. Angelique sighed and nodded.
Thank you for telling me. If it's all the same to you, may I turn in early?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Angelique climbed to the very top bed of the girls' bunk and hid beneath the blankets. Cory, Lady Glimmer turned to him. Rethero also made some abhorrent statements about you and my motives concerning you and Celia. A strange warmth rushed inside Cory.
You don't need to explain. I know we aren't just toys that you will cast into the darkness.
Lady Glimmer's expression was quite unreadable, so Cory went on.
Today, you did nothing but protect all of us. I trust you.
She smiled now. Thank you, Cory, my precious son. Please, will you sit beside me for a while? And you too, Celia. Lady Glimmer wrapped her arms around Cory and Celia, rocking them back and forth as she laughed about little things. When Cory snuggled up inside the covers of his top bunk, he overheard General Devoy arguing with Lady Glimmer after she gave Starlight and Moonlight their sugar cubes.
I will not have it, said the General, coughing. You are the Queen. I will not allow you to sit on the floor all night while we rest in comfortable beds.
If you insist. Lady Glimmer transformed the sceptre into a plush green armchair beside the fire. I shall rest here instead. I need to stay up and think for a while. Besides, I can always fall asleep in my armchairs.
Oh, well, the General huffed. I suppose that is more acceptable. Good night, then, Your Majesty.
Good night, General. Cory could hardly keep his eyes open. What a day! He had pursued a dragon, fled a burning building, traversed through a labyrinth of tunnels, and tumbled around in a pitch-black lake during a battle with a mile-long sea serpent. But somehow he felt peaceful. Lady Glimmer was worrying about all the adult things. Cory was allowed to be a boy. With a sigh of contentment, he mumbled, "How good it is to be loved." Cory thought he saw a faint smile appear on Lady Glimmer's face before his eyelids tucked him away to dreamland. 17. The Plan. An old lady emerged from a hidden doorway into the mid-morning daylight of Tearlee City. She clenched a warped cane in her right hand and held a wicker basket over her left elbow. She glanced around discreetly and started climbing up the hill toward the royal castle. Inside the basket, Cory leaned against the edge. He felt every rise and fall of Lady Glimmer's steps. He was not used to being so very small. He rubbed his tiny, furry fingers together. "You shall be a chipmunk," Lady Glimmer had said, before she transformed him earlier that morning.
Now I know what Starlight feels like as an ornament, Cory thought. I want my old self back. But soon enough, our mission will be done.
"I'll change you back to your true forms before the sun sets today," Lady Glimmer had promised. Along with Cory, resting on the handkerchief that padded the wicker basket, were 5 other animals. Angelique was a chestnut-coloured squirrel with a fine bushy tail, which she kept accidentally swinging into the other animals.
"Oh, no, not again. I'm sorry, General,"
she said, after knocking her tail right into the old woodpecker's beak behind her.
"Watch yourself, young maiden," he replied hoarsely. "My feathers are sparse enough without you making them fall out."
"Shush!"
Felicity chirped. She was a small finch with golden streaks on her wings. A large, bright red cardinal rested closely beside Felicity the finch. When Lady Glimmer turned Barrett into the red bird, she said, "You, my most loyal guard, shall be our diversion." Cory crawled to the rear of the basket to check on his sister. Celia hid beneath an upturned corner of the handkerchief. She was a small white bunny.
"Are you okay?"
Cory whispered.
"I think so,"
the bunny replied in the softest voice.
"Lady Glimmer told me not to leave the basket during the entire mission. I'm doing my best to just wait it out."
"Don't worry, Celia. It will be over soon enough. We're already in the town square outside the castle." Cory returned to the front of the basket and peered around. The city square of Tearley was bordered by many businesses and shops with steep slanting rooftops, cream-coloured walls, and long beams of stained wood holding it all together like mountain chalets. In the middle of the large cobblestone square was a grand fountain. It contained imposing statues of a flying horse with outstretched wings and a crowned king standing tall in a chariot behind the horse. Water burst from the end of the sceptre that the king held high like a sword. Lady Glimmer kept to the perimeter of Tearley City Square, all the while hobbling like an old woman should, her white hair enveloped in a ragged shawl. Ahead, a baker pleaded with 3 soldiers who wore identical helmets. "But I must be paid. How can I afford the ingredients to all your demands? Do you not have a cook in your castle?"
"Silence, fool!"
the tallest soldier rebuked him from behind his ghostly helmet.
"You will bake bread for King Morto's army until your store of ingredients is completely spent. Now get to work. There are many hungry soldiers who would gladly cut down an insolent peasant like you."
"Yes, sir,"
the baker replied, scurrying toward his shop.
"Not yet."
The tallest soldier snatched the baker's collar and thrust him to the ground.
"Oof!"
the poor baker cried, as he knocked his head on the cobblestone pavement. The soldiers jeered and guffawed.
"Okay, now you can go, peasant,"
the tallest soldier said mockingly. Lady Glimmer pulled her basket closer beneath her shawl. The tallest soldier angled his helmet at her as she passed, but then he looked away.
"His voice sounded familiar,"
Cory whispered. Barrett the cardinal lowered his beak and sighed. "Yes, unfortunately, that was the voice of Nicias."
"How could he be so utterly cruel?"
Angelique lamented.
"That can't be the Nicias I knew."
"He is not the Nicias you knew. He is worse," said General Devoy, the old woodpecker. "He has been corrupted by his traitorous crimes. Nothing rots the soul like betrayal." "The baker does not deserve such treatment," Lady Glimmer breathed into her basket. "However, he refused to flee Tearley City during Morto's siege last winter. We made every effort to compel him, but he could not bear to separate from his beloved house. Freedom often requires us to give up the places and possessions we dearly treasure."
"Like you did yesterday,"
said the bunny. "Yes, indeed, Celia. It wounded my heart to do so. But all of you are so much more important to me than a chateau." Lady Glimmer ducked behind a wagon full of barrels and hobbled down the tiny gap between 2 of the chalet-like houses,
leading them directly to the wall of Lee Castle. Lady Glimmer glanced behind them to make sure they hadn't been followed. One of the advantages of being the rightful monarch of Lythéa is that Lee Castle will always welcome me with open arms. The stones of the dense wall jostled around. In a second, a statue of an ancient king stood before them, clothed in long stone robes. His crown was shaped exactly like Lady Glimmer's. The statue moved toward them and knelt, bowing his head reverently. As he did so, a tunnel opened behind him. "Thank you, good King Heltermot." Lady Glimmer slid past the crouched statue, raising the basket above him.
"Woo-hoo!"
the animals murmured. Once Lady Glimmer's feet were firmly planted inside the tunnel, the statue stood up and merged into the wall. Lady Glimmer's cane illuminated. I love this passageway. Armand and I used it quite frequently in the first years of our marriage. We would sneak through the night streets and escape into the forest, where I would sing for him. He would embrace me in his arms, lifting us to all sorts of delightful places. Oh, what wonderful days. There are good memories here.
"Where does it lead?"
Cory the chipmunk inquired. To a modest broom cupboard near the castle kitchen. Very good. Right where we need to be, said the old woodpecker. Yes, indeed, General. Remember, the dungeon is 2 levels down. A shabby broom, a threadbare mop, and a filthy bucket slumped against a small door at the end of the passage. Looks like the standards have lowered since I was last here, Lady Glimmer observed. Oh, well, what can you expect? Is everyone ready? Let's do this, chirped Barrett the Cardinal. All right, then. Celia, don't you dare leave my basket. Celia wiggled her tiny pink nose. I won't. Everyone else, however, you know what to do. Lady Glimmer wrapped her shawl tighter around her old lady bun, took a deep breath, and turned the doorknob. The hallway before them was quite shadowy. Firelight emanated from an entryway to the left. Lady Glimmer limped toward it, tapping her cane. Cory noticed all sorts of things at once. A bright fire crackled beneath a boar on a roasting spit, which was turned by a soldier in one of Count Morto's gaunt helmets. Another soldier mixed butter, sugar, and eggs into a large bowl atop a vast wooden table. Dried vegetables, fish, and one impressive deer hung from the ceiling. The soldier turning the spit had just plucked a clove of garlic and tossed it directly at the helmet of the other soldier. He whirled around. Hey! Ha! I just hit you square in the head. I am such a good shot. You're gonna get garlic in the cake. The king will cut you into pieces if he finds out that your foolishness ruined his plans. The soldier by the spit noticed the old lady. He tottered off the wooden stool on which he was lounging. The other man squeaked his grim helmet as he looked up at Lady Glimmer. By this time, the animals had left the basket, except for Celia the bunny and Barrett the cardinal. Good morning, said Lady Glimmer in a withered voice. I have come to collect my monthly basket full of strawberries. What are you soldiers doing in the kitchen? Where's the cook? Good morning, Grandmother, said the soldier with the bowl, raising his spoon. Please leave now, or we will force you. What's that? She hobbled closer. I'm sorry, son. I couldn't hear you. I'm not one of those stupid old people who think they're still young. I know I'm losing my hearing. Why are you wearing that ridiculous helmet? She reached up her scepter cane and tapped his iron covering, which gave a loud ding. The soldier pushed the cane aside.
These are the helmets of King Morto, Lord of all Lythéa.
Oh, and I thought I was losing my memory. No, silly boy. Our monarch is Lady Glimmer, the Queen.
The Dowager Queen abandoned Lythéa last winter. We now follow King Morto, who has graciously taken over the governing of the kingdom.
The soldier by the spit moved forward.
Enough of this, Ortel. Escort her out of the castle right now. Hey, I'm in charge here. I will say what we do, Ortel replied. No, you're not in charge unless you act like a leader. And you're being an idiot right now. She's not your grandmother.
Ortel plopped his spoon into the bowl of cake batter.
Don't call me an idiot, or I will report you.
Lady Glimmer knocked on the table with her cane.
Excuse me? There is no need for this bickering. Just fetch a few handfuls of strawberries and I will leave. The Queen always gives me a generous helping of strawberries every single month in the summer.
There are no strawberries right now, said the soldier with the spoon. Ortel, I can't believe you're still talking to this stupid witch.
The boorish soldier charged toward Lady Glimmer. At that moment, Barrett the Cardinal fluttered out of the basket, surprising the soldiers. He swerved up to the ceiling, where he landed on a large yellow onion dangling from a string.
Oh no! My precious bird!
Lady Glimmer clutched her shawl in despair.
You, sir, I believe you are called Ortel? You have a strong voice. I am sure you come from a good Lythéan family. Please help me retrieve my precious Ruby Dooby. Oh no! There he goes to the plates!
Meanwhile, Angelique the squirrel ran off with a golden key that Lady Glimmer had entrusted to her just before they jumped out. She passed the key to Felicity the finch, who flew down 2 flights of stairs, where she found General Devoy the woodpecker. He snatched the key from her and soared through a long dark hallway until he reached a warped door braced with sheets of iron. Cory the chipmunk emerged from under the door. The woodpecker circled down and dropped the key. Cory seized the key with his tiny paws and fell forward. He wasn't accustomed to being so small and light.
We have no time to waste, squawked the woodpecker. Go, now!
Right. Heaving the key onto his shoulder with one stubby arm, Cory dashed under the door and into the dungeon hall. Coughing men and women occupied several of the prison cells. Cory only glanced long enough to determine whether Thamian was among them. Then he looked straight ahead. There, in a small cell, was Thamian, bleeding and chained to the wall. Cory sped forward, enabled by his wonderfully rapid feet. He hopped right between the bars.
Who goes there?
A voice asked. Cory panicked. Is that a soldier? A navy blue mouse crawled into view from beneath the wooden bench. Who are you? Cory asked.
I recognize that voice.
Thamian opened his scabby eyelids.
Cory Trivano.
Shh, not so loud, Your Highness, said the blue mouse. I'm sorry, Cory. We are certainly glad to see you. I am Eclipso, the chief of the fairies, most loyal to Lady Glimmer. She sent me to aid Prince Thamian immediately after he was kidnapped. How is that possible? I was with her the whole time.
You were swimming back to shore when she sent me on my mission.
Wow, Cory pondered aloud. She must have been watching when Thamian and I were swimming out to the sandbar. She probably saw the dragon approach and everything. Why didn't she kill Drykopf with her sceptre right then and there?
Good question, Thamian mumbled. Perhaps she wanted me to experience this.
A drop of blood slid off Thamian's shoulder blade and splashed on the floor. Cory sprang back.
What happened to you?
Count Morto had me whipped by his skilled torturer. Then the big lug came down himself and had the nerve to offer me a position as a captain in his army. I refused unequivocally. That's when Count Morto beat my face with his iron-knuckled gloves. Cory clutched the key to his chipmunk chest as he stared at the bruises on Thamian's cheekbones, the slits on his chin, and the clump of dried blood under his nose.
This has gone on long enough. Your mother sent me to give you this.
Cory raised the key with both his paws.
She told me this key will bring you to safety. Take it, Thamian.
Slowly, Thamian stretched out his chained hand and pinched the key. A cliff edge appeared inside the prison cell. Over the edge were colourful tents and flags bearing the winged horse sigil of the Glimmer family.
What in the world?
Cory exclaimed.
I thought it was a key to your prison cell.
No. It's a magical doorway to the place of hiding, where all our most loyal people have resided in safety since the winter.
Thamian released the key, allowing it to clink on the stone floor. The cliff edge disappeared, and the iron bars stood before them as strong as ever.
How can I use this?
Cory gaped momentarily, before blurting out,
Well, duh, because you are injured and you need to get to safety as soon as possible.
Cory scampered over to the key and lifted it again.
Take the key, Thamian, and get out of here.
Thamian gently pressed it to the floor, throwing Cory off balance.
I appreciate your recognition of the severity of my current situation, but is it not right for a son to protect his mother from danger?
Cory thought of his own mother, how he asked her to leave their father for her safety.
But your mother doesn't need saving. She has the scepter. Besides, what kind of fighting can you do all bloody and wounded? I don't mean to be rude, but anyone could knock you down in your condition.
Thamian winced as he rose to his feet, his chains rattling against the stones.
Defending others is not about one's own life. If I die trying to save my mother and my friends, then so be it. It is better to perish in honour than to live as a selfish coward.
The blue mouse hopped onto the bench and stood on its hind legs. With a tiny paw, Eclipso touched Thamian's chains. They fell off his wrists like cracked shells.
Young Trivano is correct, Your Highness. In this case, it is honourable to escape to the place of hiding, where your subjects eagerly await your return. You are the only heir to the throne of Lythéa. If you die rashly, trying to save someone who doesn't even need saving, then who will govern the kingdom after your mother?
Thamian exhaled and lowered his head.
I want to put the lives of others before my own.
This is a truly noble desire, Your Highness, said Eclipso. You will have the opportunity to fight for others when you compete against Count Morto. This is the Queen's good plan. Will you not trust your mother's judgment?
Yes, I will trust her.
Thamian leaned down toward Cory and the key.
But sometimes I wonder.
He pinched the key, and the cliff edge appeared once again.
Thank you, Cory. I believe we will meet again soon. Hurry back to my mother and stay safe.
I will.
Thamian and Eclipso stepped onto the cliff and disappeared. Cory did not wait another moment. He jumped through the bars and hurried down the hallway.
What's that?
An inmate called out.
It's just a mouse, be quiet,
hollered another voice. Once Cory squeezed beneath the door to the prison hallway, the woodpecker swooped beside him.
Is Prince Thamian safe?
Yes,
Cory panted. Then grab my legs. This has taken longer than planned.
Cory gripped General Devoy's bird feet, and they took off. Soon, Felicity the finch flew beside them.
"Did you succeed?"
she asked.
"Yes, but we have no time to lose,"
answered General Devoy. They circled up the 2 flights of stairs and into the hallway outside the kitchen. General Devoy let Cory drop to the floor while he and Felicity landed beside the kitchen entrance. Angelique the squirrel came into view.
"What took you so long? Please tell me you didn't stay down there and talk."
"I'm sorry," Cory defended himself.
"Damien was wrestling with his decision. I did my best." "What?" Angelique panicked. "He didn't go?"
"Yes, he went. We succeeded, okay?" Without another word, Angelique the squirrel raced up to the finch and the woodpecker. Cory joined them a second later. He peered into the kitchen. The 2 soldiers were standing on tables and chairs, frantically reaching for the bright red cardinal, who was tossing plates to their doom from the highest shelf. One plate shattered on a soldier's helmet. All the while, Lady Glimmer hobbled to and fro, waving her cane and shouting,
"Oh, no! Stop, Ruby Dooby! What is the Queen going to say? How will I ever make it up? Oh, no!"
She looked back discreetly at the group of small animals. With a slight smile on her old lady face, she held out her basket.
"That's our cue," said General Devoy. "Everyone into the basket, now!"
With the soldiers still distracted, the woodpecker and the finch launched forward, quickly landing inside the basket. The squirrel and the chipmunk took a moment longer, but once they got to Lady Glimmer's feet, she lowered her basket and they jumped inside. Cory barely had time to ascertain that Celia the rabbit was still inside the basket, unharmed, when Barrett the cardinal suddenly landed on top of him.
"I'm so sorry, Cory,"
the cardinal muttered, climbing off the chipmunk.
"That's okay,"
Cory sighed. "Shh!" The woodpecker stuck out his wing and looked up. One of the soldiers glared into the basket through the slit of his iron helmet.
"Thank you so much for helping me. I am so sorry for all the broken dishes,"
said Lady Glimmer. The soldier grabbed her arm roughly.
"I don't know what you are playing at, but I am taking you to the throne room right now." "Ah!"
He recoiled as if his hand had just been burned.
"No one treats me like that,"
said Lady Glimmer. She lowered her shawl. Her wrinkles vanished, and her white bun changed to corn-yellow braids that fell to her waist. The soldiers froze, staring in amazement.
"I have an idea,"
Lady Glimmer suggested cheerfully.
"Why don't you escort me to the throne room without touching me again?"
18. The Count's Offer. The 2 kitchen soldiers escorted Lady Glimmer through the castle, passing many other helmeted men, until they arrived at 2 massive wooden doors. Ortel pushed open one door and beckoned for them to follow. Cory gaped from his spot inside the basket. The throne room was a magnificent sight. Stone columns wound and twisted into beautiful decorative knots all along the walls. Between the gaps of the knots were stained glass windows, illuminated by either daylight or magic. Straight ahead, on a raised platform, was a dazzling golden tree without any leaves. Its glittering branches stretched high and wide, almost touching the slanting ceiling. Inside the trunk at the base of the golden tree was something that resembled a chair, with armrests and cushions on the seat. This must be the golden oak throne Cory had heard about at the chateau. Beside the tree throne stood a tall man with wide shoulders. He wore dark pants and a sleeveless chainmail vest that exposed his massive arms. he stomped down the platform steps and approached Lady Glimmer.
"Welcome, Queen," he said in a mocking tone. "I'm glad you made it here safely."
"Hello, Morto," she replied cheerlessly, pulling the basket out of view behind her shawl. "It's been a long time."
"Yes. Has it been 2 years or 3 since I was last honoured by your presence?"
2.
"Only 2? It seems much longer," said the Count. "I was looking forward to seeing you when I came to the castle last winter, but all the rooms were empty. I must have just missed you."
"Do you always lay siege to the homes of your childhood friends?" said Lady Glimmer. "That tends to strain relationships, you know." Count Morto chuckled, like the rumble of a rock slide.
"Oh, Queen, I've missed your witty remarks. I've missed you. Please, come to the Golden Oak with me."
Lady Glimmer halted at the first step of the raised platform holding the throne. The Count gestured toward it.
"Care to take a seat?"
"No, thank you," said Lady Glimmer. "I'm fine down here." Count Morto clenched his square jaw.
"I'm doing a lot for you, Queen. Would you rather go right to the feast we have prepared for you?"
"No, thank you," she repeated. "I won't eat a bite of food until you explain the purpose of your coercive invitation. Besides, your cooks are still shadowing me." Count Morto glared menacingly at the 2 soldiers standing around Lady Glimmer.
"Leave us and finish your task."
They bowed and raced away, nearly tripping over each other. "Ortel was the only one who showed courtesy to me," Lady Glimmer commented.
"I'll be sure to reward him for it. But back to business. You wanted me to explain my purpose for inviting you here, and now I will."
He looked directly at her.
"You have 2 courses before you. You will join me, or I will kill your son."
"Join you? Pray tell, how do you picture me joining you?" Count Morto attempted to make a sympathetic expression, but it was demeaning instead.
"Your husband, the late King Armand, died almost 2 years ago. From a disease, wasn't it?"
"Yes," said Lady Glimmer steadily.
"You have grieved for him for a long time now. But your kingdom is in need of a king, and you are in need of a husband."
Angelique the squirrel gasped and quickly tried to stifle it, but the sound had already echoed against the walls of the throne room. Count Morto glared at the basket behind the shawl, and then at Lady Glimmer.
"I am a leader, Queen, and I know you enjoy being led. I am strong, and I know you have missed having a strong husband."
Maintaining her composure, Lady Glimmer replied, "You are right. I do wish for a king to rule instead of myself." Count Morto looked dreadfully pleased.
"I knew you would listen to me, Queen. You and I can build a great empire together. Lythéa need no longer be a small kingdom crammed by the edge of the sea. We can conquer our arrogant foes and show them what true dominion is like."
"You misunderstand me, Count. Lythéa will have a new king indeed, but his name will be Thamian I." A partial grin crept onto Count Morto's face.
"He is incapacitated in my dungeon. How can he be king?"
Count Morto stepped closer to Lady Glimmer and said in a low voice,
"Is this about Joel? Do you still hold that against me?"
Lady Glimmer clasped her hands on top of her cane and remained very still, but she didn't reply. That was over 20 years ago. She slipped. I didn't cause her death. Lady Glimmer released a long and burdened sigh. She took a step back away from Count Morto. That is far in the past, but you have proved your character to be consistent ever since. You are brutal and selfish. I heard about your ill treatment of the people in your region when you first took on the role of Count. I warned you to stop, but you didn't. You then laid siege to my castle. You would have killed my loyal subjects and dear friends if you thought it necessary. You don't even take care of your own soldiers. You make them wear iron helmets they cannot remove. She shook her head. A man like you should never be king. You will not rule Lythéa. Count Morto let out an angry groan as he clenched his fists. You think my soldiers don't enjoy being in my service? I'll show you just how mistaken you are. Count Morto stared down at the entrance of the throne room and roared, Nicias! The clinking of armour resounded through the stone room as a helmeted soldier hurried up to the Count. Lady Glimmer turned around. Nicias, is that you? Yes, came the muffled but familiar voice. He knelt before the Count. How might I serve you, my lord? Count Morto chuckled and struck Nicias on the helmet with iron knuckles. Nicias reeled for a moment and then returned to his kneeling position. See, he doesn't mind the pain, said the Count. Stand up. Nicias did so. He surveyed Lady Glimmer through the slits in his helmet. He prefers my service to yours, Count Morto told Lady Glimmer. He would rather wear the iron helmet of my rule than lay about as one of your guards. He was my informant, as you may have surmised by now. He told me everything you said in your chateau. He told me all about the plans you made with General Devoy. Lady Glimmer faced Nicias instead of the Count. Nicias, you don't have to serve him. You have betrayed us, yes, but I offer forgiveness to you. Return to us, my long-lost friend. I have missed you. They heard Nicias panting beneath his helmet. He knows who is strong, said the Count. He knows whose rule will last. He raised his voice. Your pathetic son will never be king. Even if he recovers from his wounds by some miracle, and I decide to fight him in front of the whole kingdom, my three-headed dragon will tear his limbs from his weak body and devour them one at a time. He let the idea echo through the room. His voice returned to its usual volume when he spoke next. But that need not happen. If you accept my offer and take my hand in marriage, your son will live. If you don't, he will die, and so will hundreds of your people. Marry me, Queen. Marry me tomorrow. Lady Glimmer maintained her noble stance, not moving an inch. For 20 years, I enjoyed a phenomenal marriage to the best man I have ever known. Our marriage was truly satisfying. It gave me enough joy to last for the rest of my life. I have no desire to marry again. And even if I did, I would never marry you. Such anger crossed Count Morto's face that it filled the entire throne room with silent terror. Celia the bunny whimpered, Angelique's bushy tail trembled, Felicity the finch wrapped her wings around her head. Barrett the cardinal, prepared to jump out if need be, and Cory clutched his chipmunk fingers to his mouth.
"I think you misunderstood me, Queen,"
said the Count.
"My soldiers are strong and completely obedient. They will do whatever I ask. Let me show you."
He turned to Nicias.
"Sit on the throne."
Nicias jolted backwards.
"My lord?" "Sit on the throne."
"No," said Lady Glimmer. "Nicias, don't do this. You don't have to listen to him. With this command, he means to kill you. If anyone uses the Golden Oak as a seat other than the rightful monarch of Lythéa, he or she will perish in mortal flame. Count Morto doesn't care for your life at all. I do. I love you as if you were my own son. Come back to us, and we will be a family again. You can regain our trust, Nicias. You don't have to submit to his cruelty. Come back to us, and you will know joy and life again." Nicias directed his helmet back and forth between Count Morto and Lady Glimmer, panting rapidly.
"Sit on the throne,"
Count Morto repeated.
"It's a harmless chair."
Nicias looked at Lady Glimmer for a long moment, and then moved toward the throne. "Nicias, don't!" Lady Glimmer pleaded one last time, but he didn't listen. Nicias glided his leather-gloved hand over the armrest and sat down on the golden oak throne, as if he were the king.
"This isn't going to kill me. I like—"
Suddenly, yellow fire engulfed the entire tree, spiralling around Nicias like a python. Lady Glimmer pressed her hand over her mouth, but she did not take her eyes off the throne. Nicias screamed and writhed and perished within a minute. Count Morto stepped onto the raised platform beside the smoking throne and faced Lady Glimmer.
"This is just a taste of what will happen if you continue to refuse my offer. Marry me, and your people will live. Oppose me, and you will watch every single person die who ever showed loyalty to you, starting with your son. I will give you until tomorrow to reconsider."
Count Morto shouted to a guard at the end of the throne room.
"Take her to the dungeon, and make sure she is in the cell farthest away from the prince."